second day of our annual conference. And today we will elaborate on the panel number 2 and number 3. The first one is the crisis and disaster, nuclear and climate change dimension. And the second one, building realistic environment for the complex situation. Panel number 2 will be divided into 2 sub-panels. And now I would like to give the floor to the first moderator, Cmdr. Please, the floor is yours, and also please introduce your panelists. Thank you very much.
From my side, it is going to begin the first panel for the second day of our conference. This panel is dedicated to the implication of climate change on security and defense. Actually, in the program you have about the conference is written that the moderator of this panel should have been Colonel Plamen Iliev. This is not me, I'm still Lieutenant Colonel. Actually, the Colonel is my chief of branch, and due to the unforeseen circumstances, I will replace him as a moderator. My name is Cmdr Coe, Education and Training Branch Expert at the COE. I have written here to remind you to put your mobile phones on silent mode. I'm sure that you did it. Let's check mine. Okay. I would like to introduce the topic by highlighting that climate change is one of the defining challenges to the global peace, stability, and security. NATO and the EU recognize this impact. Both organizations have committed to reduce the negative influence they could and they may have and place on the environment, and by this to limit the influence on climate change on different aspects on security. Back in 2021, the NATO's Climate Change and Security Action Plan applied a 360-degree approach to this challenge. This, let's say, roadmap includes measures to increase the awareness, along with developing clear adaptation and mitigation measures, while ensuring a credible deterrence and defense posture. Against the backdrop of accelerating climate crisis, the EU has adopted, again back in 2021, European climate law, setting into legislation the objectives of climate-neutral European Union by 2050. So it's going to be very interesting 27 years ahead. To discuss those and many other frameworks and measures regarding changing climate and challenges and opportunities we face of that, I will give the floor to our panelists. I think in that case, 20 minutes or 15, 20 minutes per person is great time frame. And after that, for the last 30 minutes, we are gonna check our audience curiosity. We'll have between 20 and 30 minutes. I'll be the timekeeper. And one reminder for the audience, if you have a question and you don't want to grab the microphone, go to our website. On the bottom of the page, there's a button, Ask My Lecturer. Click that button, enter the promo code. Our fourth panelist, sorry, Mr. Vladimirov, please have a seat over here. And ask your lecturer. My assistant, Gergana, will coordinate this matter. So, our first panelist, Mrs. Monica Panayotova, a lecturer at the University of National and World Economy in Bulgaria, a vice president and manager of Program Europe at the Sofia Security Forum, PhD on European security and defense after the Lisbon Treaty and NATO's new concept, Deputy Minister working for the Bulgarian presidency of the Council of the EU in 2018. Back in the time, she was a member of the European and Bulgarian Parliament. She has broad experience in common security and defense policy, NATO, European Union external relations, humanitarian policies, public communications of the EU. Mrs. Panayotova, our privilege to having you on our conference. The floor is yours from your place.
Working.
I think it's working.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, now it's working. Okay. You created very high expectations. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege for me to be here and to participate in the annual conference of CMDR. It's always a pleasure to be part of the activities of the center. And I would like really to express my gratitude for the very kind invitation, and mainly for bringing us together to collectively discuss such an important and timely topic concerning the climate change security nexus. We'll start my intervention by quoting the Apostle of Freedom in Bulgaria, Vasilevsky, who said that time is in us and we are in time. It changes us and we change it too. So, considering the title of today's discussion on climate change implications on security and defense, I have a question. In what time do we live? Indeed, the time is changing, but I think that we should ask ourselves if we are making sufficient efforts to reverse it. In an attempt to answer, taking into account the climate change defense nexus as part of the wider climate change security nexus, I would like to provide the following two potential answers. The first is that we live in a time of climate emergency and polycrisis. And the second potential response from my side would be that we live in a time of poly-opportunity for sustainable development action. Let's start with the first response. In 2019, 4 years after the first global legally binding agreement on climate issues, the Paris Agreement, 4 years after, the Oxford Dictionary declared the climate emergency as the word of the year. This significant choice reflects the increasing worldwide concern over the worsening state of the global environment. The same year, the Council of the European Union, where the interests of the member states are well represented, the Council acknowledged for the first time the link between the climate change and environmental issues and the CSDP missions and operations, including its impact on military capability, planning, and development. Last year, 2022, according to the Financial Times, it was a year in a world polycrisis. In the last report of the World Economic Forum for this year, the report on the global risks, polycrisis has been defined as a convergence of interrelated and multidimensional global risks that, when combined, produce an overall impact greater than the sum of its individual parts. So these risks encompass different dimensions: environmental, societal, geopolitical, technological aspects. And this convergence of global risks actually could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences such as armed conflicts. 3 out of the 10 global risks in the next 2 years are directly related to the climate change issues. These include natural disasters and extreme weather events, the failure to mitigate climate change, and also the natural resource crises. Looking ahead 10 years, climate-related and environmental risks, along with the significant involuntary migration, are projected also to dominate the top global risks. So climate change is an existential threat, not only for Europe, but for the world as a whole, because it doesn't stop at borders, it doesn't bypass any country. For this reason, it's very important and necessary for all countries worldwide to take action to limit the global temperature rise in accordance with the Paris Agreement, but also considering the impact of armed forces and defense sector in the field. Why armed forces and defense? Because they are both contributing to and suffering from the global warming. Why? Because firstly, they are among the major energy consumers with environmental and carbon footprint. In this regard, despite the fact that the military and operational effectiveness remain primary, NATO and the European Union are committed to reducing military emissions and contributing to achieving net zero emissions by 2050 through improving energy efficiency, through investing in sustainable mobility, through digitalization and investments in R&D, clean and green technologies. Secondly, the ownership of land, military infrastructure and buildings can have also notable impact on climate. This impact arises from the inefficient energy and resource consumption, as well as the need for additional cooling capabilities in order to counter temperatures extremes, which ultimately drives up military energy consumption. They can also be affected by climate change, experiencing challenges such as structural damage to critical infrastructure and military bases and training areas. These actually damages can result in disrupted site access, operations, and mobility. The European Union member states' armed forces actually are the biggest landowners in Europe. And military training and firegrounds with their vast undeveloped areas play a significant role in maintaining important ecological conditions for the population dynamics of numerous species. In addition, the climate change has implications on military transport and energy infrastructure. And for this reason, the European Union and NATO invest in sustainable mobility on the one hand, and also on environmentally sustainable dual-use transport infrastructure projects, especially in terms of the Europe connectivity facility. The European Union investing in such kind of dual-use transport infrastructure projects. Connecting Europe facility. The war in Ukraine from last year is also an example how military actions have a significant ecological footprint, considering the colossal quantities of heat and gases that are influencing local, regional, and global change, as well as the citizens' health. So the climate change issues should not be considered as a peacetime privilege, considering the fact that in times of climate emergency, a war and military conflicts become also an accelerator of climate change challenges. The rapidly changing security environment and shifts in the balance of power in the international relations have emphasized the importance of strategic rethinking and also the common threat analysis within the European Union and NATO alliances. Recognizing this need, the European Union has chosen to enhance its European global strategy through the Strategic Compass initiative, while NATO has embarked on the new strategic concept. There, in the both documents, climate change has been recognized as a defining challenge of our time. In both documents, we can see that climate change has been defined on the one hand as a threat multiplier, because climate change catalyzes water and food scarcity, displacement, pandemics, by increasing vulnerability and leading to the potential social, economic, political instability and conflicts, especially in the fragile countries. On the other hand, climate change has been defined also as a shaping threat, having significant implications on the tactical, operational and strategical levels, and also by considering the impact in terms of reshaping geopolitics as well on various dimensions. To address these challenges and without compromising their operational effectiveness, both organizations have begun strengthening their resilience and defense capabilities, while also preparing for the present and especially in the future their much more active involvement in humanitarian aid and disaster relief operations. Let's turn to the second answer, that we live in a time of polyopportunity. If we consider every crisis as an opportunity, having said that we are living also in time of polycrisis, we can perceive this time as an era of polyopportunity for sustainable development actions. Environmental and security experts in Europe and worldwide expressed significant concern about the critical turning point in climate change, when decision makers would be forced to become firefighters. However, there is still a chance to steer away from this path by taking proactive measures and focusing on prevention. And the European Union institutions and NATO actually have already demonstrated such kind of awareness on the subject by elaborating a palette of documents and initiatives. From the side of the European Union, we have the strategy about the adaptation of the European Union on climate change, where you can see the link between climate change and security. The European Union has elaborated the climate change and defense roadmap, the concept for an integrated approach to climate change and security, the roadmap on critical technologies for security and defense. In addition, the European Union is deploying environmental advisors to civilian CSDP missions where appropriate. From the side of NATO, from the side of the alliance, we have NATO agenda on climate change and security and its respective also action plan. Nevertheless, unfortunately, at the moment, there is certain imbalance between the high level of activity and high level of proactivity by the European Union institutions and NATO, and at the same time, a very moderate caution in implementation by the member states. The effectiveness and transformative power of supranational alliances are crucial and undeniable. But the real impact requires active engagement from member states, including a very active role from the side of the ministries of defense, of the esteemed the chiefs of defense, the defense industry as well. So we need the active participation of the whole ecosystem. To seize the opportunity for improving the environmental impact of the military, it is required, especially in the case of the 22 European member countries in common between the European Union and NATO, the following actions to be taken. Firstly, we need a unified methodology for tracking greenhouse gas emissions to be adopted. The emissions reduction targets for the military are still at national discretion, and the existing carbon footprint methodology is not standardized. The International Military Council on Climate and Security has interesting proposals in these directions if you're much more interested on the subject. Secondly, the member states to recognize the added value of joint and green procurements for overall interoperability and sustainability in defense sector. The joint and green procurements are still a challenge. Why? Because on the one hand, while joint procurement can significantly improve interoperability between armed forces, member states have so far failed to meet the long-standing benchmark dedicating 35% of their total defense equipment procurement to cooperation with other member states. On the other hand, when it comes to the green public procurement, there is insufficient data due to a lack of knowledge, due to a lack of understanding of the environmental impacts of procurement, due to a lack of good examples from the defense sectors. And also we are witnessing certain concerns about the impact on cost and the operational performance of green products and services. Thirdly, defense industry and member states to be prepared for high-tech technologies and innovations in low-carbon initiatives. In the context of the planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, natural resources depletion, the European Defence Fund is a good instrument. You know that it amounts at about 8 billion euros and 5% actually of its total budget is investing in the ambition to support the decarbonization of heavy weapons system. Lastly, strong partnership of the European Union and NATO in the field of climate emergency with a mutually complementary division of labor. It is very important to demonstrate such kind of partnership with a clear division of labor. And I think that it would be a very good opportunity in autumn to do so during the upcoming year's United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28 in Dubai. So in conclusion, the sooner it is realized globally that the time is changing us, but we are changing it too, the sooner such kind of action could be taken on both the environmental footprint and the defense sector contribution to climate emergency issues. So thank you so much. That's all that I want to say for now. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panayotou. Very informative and interesting information from your side. While I was listening, I was thinking about how important risk management as a function is for the organizations from now on, let's say, on every level, from tactical to strategical level. And yeah, I think every manager, every leader should put more efforts in that area. And I see my director is here. I'm going to use his approach to promote one of our future products, disaster risk management course. We are working now on that and developing capacity and knowledge. The first iteration is going to be abroad, but probably next year at our center, we're going to provide disaster risk management course. Thank you very much. Yes. Correct. Okay, let's move to Mr. Vladimir. Welcome. I hope everything is okay. No, don't worry about that. It created some dynamics here, so we prefer to be like that. He's director of an energy and climate program at the Center for Study of Democracy in Bulgaria, a European public policy institute where he has been working on European energy and climate security, geopolitics, and the assessment of foreign economic influence from authoritarian states. Beforehand, he has worked for more than 10 years in conducting research for international consultancy and academic projects on energy and foreign policy, such as Turkey, Kazakhstan, and Saudi Arabia. Mr. Vladimirov is the author of multiple reports and is the co-author of 6 recent books on Russian and Chinese influence and Russian economic influence in 20 European states. Mr. Vladimirov, we are looking forward to hearing your presentation. If you like, you can make it from here or from the stand. Can I ask for some support from our... Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much for having me, and it's a great honor to talk about this exciting topic. It's actually very rare that I participate in events organized by, the security sector more generally, and NATO more specifically, to talk about energy and climate security. And this is a great opportunity because I think more and more we realize how energy and climate are strategic priorities for ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country and of a region, of a continent. And I'll start by pointing out that when the crisis started, so when Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, one of the first things that NATO suggested, I think in March or April, was for an emergency pipeline to be built from Spain to Germany as a matter of national security, so that if Gazprom reaches out and stops the delivery of natural gas to Europe, there will be an alternative. Because the big problem then in March 2022 was how to get the LNG arriving on the Western European coasts, Atlantic coast, to the most net needed markets, which are in Central Europe, which are the most dependent on Russia. And this is the first time NATO was talking about pipelines, I think, not as a critical infrastructure risk, so not as a risk for a military attack on this infrastructure, but as a geopolitical asset, part of a geopolitical struggle. And I think the Russian invasion in Ukraine has been a rude wake-up call for everyone, for the West, to understand that military security goes hand in hand with all kinds of hybrid warfare and hybrid threats. And before the invasion, I think many policymakers were underestimating the ability of countries, of authoritarian countries, to use the weaknesses, our governance gaps, our excessive dependence on strategic supply chains or on energy resources to inflict damage. And this naivete, I think, enabled Russia, but also China, to become more and more assertive and ultimately to cross the red line of violating international borders and the territorial integrity of another country. A critical point for strengthening the resilience of the Western Alliance and NATO is to tackle our own governance gaps in critical sectors. And the most important sector, I think, in this geopolitical context has been energy. In order to improve resilience, we need to know what the problem is. And at the Center for the Study of Democracy, we developed a specific instrument called the Energy and Climate Security Risk Index, which tries to assess how different countries fare in terms of 42 different indicators of energy and climate security. We divide them in four main pillars: geopolitical risks, which are related to the security of global oil, gas, coal reserves; the security of supply, so how dependent is a country on a particular source of energy, how diversified the supply is, what are the key partners, or what are the suppliers, whether these are authoritarian countries, whether they're part of the same strategic alliance, whether they're enemy countries in the case of the current situation for many European states that keep on importing natural gas from Russia. So these are the geopolitical risks. And then but energy and climate security is much more than that. It focuses on the general development of a certain economy and society. So in order to understand energy and climate security, we need to look at how affordable energy, which is the second pillar, affordability, because energy prices and the ability of the industry and households to pay these prices is critical for the resilience of the national economy. During the height of the energy crisis last year, Russia used the heavy dependence of Europe on natural gas, but also on crude oil, to reduce supply and thus increase energy prices to record high levels. The reason behind this strategy is to undermine the unity within Europe on the common response against Russia, common unity on sanctions, because the energy price surge was so significant, it was about to undermine the viability of the economic model in many of the European countries. Europe survived. Europe was able to tackle the crisis by leveraging its enormous, of course, financial power in subsidizing vulnerable sectors and vulnerable consumers. But Russia was close to achieving its goal because there was a huge social backlash against the high energy prices, and people all around Europe were not accusing accusing Russia for the energy crisis. They were accusing their own government. So that was exactly what Russia was aiming at. So this is affordability, energy poverty, and economic competitiveness of Europe. Then there is the technical element, which is reliability. So how easy it is to get electricity, natural gas, and crude oil from point A to point B. And here, of course, there is the element of cybersecurity. There is the element of critical infrastructure and defending this critical infrastructure, because in many cases, the control over a certain pipeline, storage facility, LNG regasification plant is crucial for how this infrastructure piece, this asset is being used. If it is under control of a state that wants to undermine the coherence of the energy system of another country, like Russia controlling the gas storage facilities in Germany, in Austria, in Hungary, then it is easier to manipulate the execution of key, boring activities. No one pays attention to usually in normal times, but in critical times, if a gas storage facility is half empty because the owner wants it half empty, this produces a security supply crisis in the country. This increases prices. And Russia did exactly that 6 months before the invasion. It started reducing the storage of gas in the 3 largest natural gas storage facilities in Germany, knowing that this would produce a domino effect in the next 12 months. Finally, sustainability, and this is becoming more and more of a critical component of energy and climate security. This refers to our ability to adapt to the climate changes and to also design policies to reverse, the greenhouse gases, greenhouse gas effect, the climate change, to decarbonize the economy. This is ultimately becoming a top priority for every country in the world. More than 100 countries have committed to climate neutrality by 2050, which has huge repercussions to the structure of the economy, to the structure of the energy system, to the structure of how societies function. So when we talk about climate security, we need to take into consideration 2 main factors. One is the ability of governments to decarbonize their economies, because when they decarbonize, when they use renewable energy sources, they are usually more secure because they don't need to import as much fossil fuels from abroad. The more energy efficiency there is, also energy consumption goes down, which means, again, less imports and less dependence on foreign power. The other element of climate security is to mitigate the effects of climate change, which Ms. Panayotova described in details very comprehensively, so I'm not going to go into much details, but biodiversity, land management, forestry management, these will be key issues in the future. So what are the results of the piloting of the Energy and Climate Security Risk Index for 5 countries in Europe and the EU in general as a benchmark? The results show that, and we piloted that for Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania, and also the EU as a general. The data shows that between 2014, after the Russian annexation of Crimea, and 2021, Germany and Italy single-handedly dragged all of Europe into an excessive dependence on Russian natural gas. Not only on imports of gas, but also on the dependence of the use of gas in the economy, which meant that geopolitical risks deteriorated by 50% in Europe between 2014 and 2021. It's important to note that this is happening despite sanctions against Russia after Crimea, despite a general consensus that Russia is becoming more assertive and aggressive and we need to do something about it. So the countries had a very vocal anti-Russian rhetoric on the diplomatic level, but in the background, they actually locked themselves into an even more excessive dependence on imports of natural gas. And we know this story very well now, but in 2021, this wasn't a popular opinion. If we had such an instrument in 2014, we might have known where the whole of Europe was heading and how we enable Russia to become more and more assertive, because Russia judged that Europe is more dependent on it than Russia is dependent on the supply of gas. No one in Germany or in Austria and Netherlands thought like this. They thought that because Russia depends a lot on selling these sources to Europe, when push comes to shove, when there is a crisis, it will be Europe that will back down, not Russia. So there was a different perception about the risk portfolio. As you can see, though, if we are to be honest, generally energy and climate security risk decreased in many countries in Europe, but the most important effect here has been decarbonization. So improvement of our climate change policy. So lower emissions, higher energy efficiency. But it's important to note here on this graph how from 2021 there has been a severe increase of energy and climate security risk. And we are now updating this graph for 2022, and it will show a spike of 100% on geopolitics and affordability risks. So more expensive energy and less secure energy. And this is very visible in this graph, which goes into the details of the different pillars. Affordability risks are skyrocketing. So energy poverty has doubled in Europe over the past 2 years. As you can see, and now I'm not going to go into details, but again, exogenous risks, so risks related to our foreign policy commitments, are the key elements of the deterioration of energy and climate security risks. So it's not internal issues, it's not how we manage the energy system, but how we manage our foreign partnerships in terms of suppliers that have contributed most to the worsening of the energy and climate security risks. This is very technical, this is on storages and power transmission lines, but we need to understand in general that in order to have secure energy, we need to have a secure energy infrastructure. This means we need to complete all necessary power, natural gas interconnections so that we have a common market which is functioning robustly even when there is a major disruption of supply, which is something that many countries ignored, including in Southeast Europe for decades. And I think the Russian invasion in Ukraine was an impetus for European countries to really complete all of these strategic projects. And that's why risks in the reliability segment are declining right now. Finally, as I mentioned, sustainability risks have been improving, so have been going down significantly since 2014. This is on the back of the acceleration of investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency, but most importantly because the increase of CO2 prices, so the prices of carbon emissions is going up, which forces companies and households to rethink their energy choices. By rethinking their energy choices, by becoming more decentralized and more independent from central supply of energy, they become also more secure. So countries become more secure when they rely only on homegrown sources of energy. Just focusing on Southeast Europe, because I think this is important for the current panel and for the current discussion here. In Southeast Europe, the situation is much more difficult than in many other countries around Europe. And natural gas security risks are rising because Russia used to be, and I think is still, the biggest supplier of natural gas and crude oil to Southeast Europe. So the risks of a major disruption have not gone out. Russia keeps on supplying natural gas to Greece, which allows many countries in the region to benefit from indirectly from buying Russian gas. So even though Bulgaria is not directly buying Russian gas, it's indirectly buying Russian gas. So the Russian gas dependence has not gone out. In addition, Turk Stream passes through South Stream, and currently Turk Stream is the only major gas pipeline that is transporting Russian gas. So if there is an escalation of the crisis in the Black Sea region, Turk Stream would be a major instrument for influence over governments in Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans, but also a major asset for countries in the region to use as leverage against Russia if there is an escalation of the tensions around Ukraine. So what can we do to become secure in the long term? Because Southeast Europe is excessively dependent on buying Russian gas, the best way forward is not to replace this dependence on Russia with dependence on another supplier, which could be also authoritarian. It could be Qatar or another Gulf country. We need to radically shift the way our economies functions and basically phase out natural gas. So the solution is not only diversification. Diversification is a short-term solution to mitigate short-term risks. The long-term solution is to really change how the economy functions and so that we don't need as much gas. And we have done modeling of different scenarios, and they show that if we accelerate energy efficiency measures, if we decarbonize the industrial consumption, and this is already happening because of the energy crisis in 21 and 22, we are going to reduce between 20% and 50% of the risks for energy and climate security by 2030. I'm finishing up. This is the situation in the Western Balkans, much more difficult situation because the Western Balkans don't have access to alternative natural gas supply, and also because many governments in the region have doubled down on investing in new natural gas infrastructure. So the Western Balkans are likely to consume more natural gas in 10 years than today, and they don't really have an alternative to Russia right now. And the big elephant in the room is how to preserve social cohesion, as I mentioned in the beginning, because Russia has used this as a leverage against Europe. And so energy poverty would be a key element to tackle. And Bulgaria and Greece, as you see on this map, are the most vulnerable countries in Europe in terms of levels of energy poverty right now. And this is always a topic of concern when especially populist parties, far-right pro-Russian parties, use as an excuse to nationalize the energy sector or lavishly spread energy subsidies that undermine fiscal stability. But in many cases, this is about locking in current control of resources in the hands of few oligarchs linked to Russia. So energy poverty and Russian influence are very much interrelated in Southeast Europe, especially. So as I mentioned, low energy efficiency and dependence on biomass. So, I mean, I'm not going to talk about air pollution. It's another climate security risk. And the other major long-term issue, apart from gas, is our lock-in into coal. If we're to really improve energy and climate security in the long run, we need to phase out the use of coal. Although it's a local resource and it ensures security of electricity supply at all times, the decarbonization of the energy system is already feasible economically and technically, and coal is much more expensive. So coal is not only about decarbonization, so phasing out coal is not about decarbonization, it's also about economic logic. And all the countries in the region have signed on their commitments to a common long-term decarbonization agenda powered by the EU. And preserving coal at all costs is going to contribute to stranded assets, to lost revenues in the future, and to poor regions that are very difficult to transform. Most importantly, from a security point of view, countries like China especially is trying to preserve the coal dependencies of most countries in Southeast Europe, especially in the Western Balkans, which pulls them away from their Euro-Atlantic integration, because none of the Western Balkans countries will be able to enter the EU with the current dependence on coal. So, and also many of the projects that China finances for the preservation of coal actually contributing to a debt trap in the region. So these countries would have to negotiate over the long run with China about this debt, and this could contribute to shifting of their strategic and geopolitical priorities. And we have been seeing that all across the Western Balkans in the past decade. The solution, decarbonization, and all the countries have huge potential for renewable energy. It's a matter of improving governance and regulatory frameworks so that this process of decarbonization of the energy system is accelerated, and we're able to fulfill the commitments to the EU. Final words. These are policy recommendations because we among policymakers. I think there are three elements that we need to focus on in order to improve energy and climate security. One is secured supply, which means completing of all natural gas diversification projects in the long run, building the LNG regasification terminals in the Mediterranean, expanding gas storage facilities and interconnectors in Southeast Europe and across Central and Eastern Europe. This would contribute to the strategic decoupling from Russia, which means phasing out all long-term contracts with Gazprom or with Rosneft and Lukoil, stopping the import of Russian crude oil and natural gas, no matter what the consequences may be in the short run, and the creation of new long-term contracts with LNG suppliers from friendly countries, very important. Second pillar, energy poverty. We need to reduce energy poverty in order to improve social cohesion. This cannot happen at the cost of delaying market liberalization, but there is a way to gradually phase out subsidies and at the same time preserve social cohesion. But this goes through improving of energy efficiency. This goes through decarbonization and decentralization of electricity supply. Finally, we need to basically pull the plug of the coal power system because it's too expensive, it's polluting, and it's undermining our energy system and economic development. In order to do that, we need to unlock the investment in the renewable energy and to strengthen transmission and distribution grids so that we can bring this renewable energy from the producer to the consumer in a reliable way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vladimirov. I think that we can say that the word risk could be announced as the word of our panel. And from risk management, you proved us a very in detailed way that energy security is an essential part of the resilience of society. And only when we have a resilient society, we can go surely to reaching these sustainable development goals. Okay, let's move to Dr. Katrandjiev. He has been working with the Bulgarian Diplomatic Institute in areas of strategic research and diplomatic training since 2008. He is leading expert on topics related to China, Russia, European Union, foreign policy, security and defense, energy and climate diplomacy. Dr. Katrandjiev represents the Bulgarian Diplomatic Institute in the Executive Academic Board of the European Security and Defense College. He has been a course director for numerous trainings organized by the Diplomatic Institute under the auspices of the European Security and Defense College. Researcher with Mediterranean Academy of Diplomatic Studies in Malta in the field of crisis diplomacy. So, Mr. Katrungiev, I expect very strategical insight from your side. What is yours?
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Psylkov. It's a real pleasure to be here in this stimulating audience. I think this is another my participation in your activities, training activities, and the annual conference. It's an example of our very fruitful and long-lasting cooperation, institutional cooperation between the Cmdr and the Bulgarian Diplomatic Institute, a very good example of civil-military cooperation in the field of training and strategic analysis and research. I've chosen a topic about climate change in the context of global security, a more broad topic, because I believe that looking at the climate change from a global perspective provides a very important framework of analysis and understanding the core elements of the climate change security concerns. My main point of my presentation, I've also prepared a presentation for the sake of clarity, is that the climate change is not simply an environmental issue, as it used to be in the 80s. It was linked more to development, environmental protection and development. Later, climate change became, as it was already mentioned, an existential threat. Climate change is not a cause, but a condition. We have to take into account that. And when we talk about climate change from the security dimension, we mean, first of all, the issue of desertification, the issue of melting glaciers, especially in the poles, which are changing the geopolitical environment, both in the Arctic region and the Antarctica. The wildfires that lead to the destruction of property, of capital, and which is affecting the financial security and the global economy as a whole. And of course, the climate-induced floodings, which are also affecting the livelihoods of millions of people. Desertification, as you can see from the map, deserts are spreading. They are reducing the arable lands. They also are sources of climate change-driven migration. The main instrument for tackling desertification is the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, which is currently the only sole legally binding international agreement which links both the environment and development of sustainable land management. The next point, when we talk about climate change from the global security perspective, we target the low-lying states. The low-lying states or the island states are active participants in the United Nations Framework Convention negotiations on climate change. They are very proactive in terms of mitigation measures that have to be adopted that could help the reduction and sustenance of greenhouse gas emissions, which is the main instrument of tackling the global warming and reducing the effects of the climate change. Why the low-lying states? Because if the sea levels increase even by 1 or 2 meters, in the next 30 and 40 years, it will be an existential threat for these countries. When we talk about countries that are dependent on fossil fuels, especially countries that are producers of energy resources, for them it is important to note from the security point of view is that they are affected by the impacts of measures that are taken to tackle climate change. This is very important to know. So their participation in the climate change multilateral negotiations is to find the ways for financing the measures that have to be taken for reducing their dependence on energy resource production, and also to have the capacity building, which is a very important aspect in this regard. Here is an example. For example, now we have a current war going on in Sudan. Apart from ethnically driven reasons for this conflict, we have to assess also the climate change as a source of conflict instigation. We know that it is not only Sudan, but quite a number of countries that have been affected by tremendous heat waves in that region. It is first of all, it is reducing the possibility for crop production. It is driving the climate related migration as well. So and as you see down here, especially with the livestock, it is a real problem. Millions of people are actually facing starvation as a result of these heat waves. The floods, over 15 villages in Pakistan submerged in flash floods, and 32 million people were displaced. So how to tackle these issues? The United Nations Development Program has developed a couple of scenarios in this respect. Some of them are related to remaining and adapting to climate change in the areas they live. However, when the situation becomes critical, the populations are migrating on a permanent basis, or it may also migrate on a cyclical basis, depending on what is the situation with their homes, with their abilities to survive and to in the areas they live that are affected either by floods, storms, or by heat waves. The next point is very important. How much do I have? Just 5 minutes? Okay, I will be as fast as possible. I mentioned about the soaring cost of climate change. From the financial point of view, the companies and the nations in their planning, in their financial plannings, they have to take into account the loss of capital as a result of wildfires, as a result of floods. So it affects very much the level of insurance premiums. The companies that operate on the market have and plan their investment and business activities have to take into account the effects, the consequences of climate-related disasters. And here I have cited the Europe, because Europe is very much affected by wildfires, and quite a number of countries, which is not only destroying the property, but it is a human tragedy, taking lives and It's a real problem for Europe. Apart from wildfires, we have also floods on a periodical basis. Here is an example how water can become a source of conflict. As you can see from this map, the Tibetan Plateau is known as a third pole, the largest freshwater reservoir after the poles. Collectively, the rivers provide drinking water to more than 20% of the world population. And the glaciers are effective stores of monsoon rains, act as a huge reservoirs to release collected water over times. But with the glacial retreat accelerating, as you can see, as a result of climate change, the building of ice and is not sufficient to match the runoff. So we expect that the access to fresh water will be a source of conflict in the region. As you can see, now there are tensions between India and China, territorial tensions, and they cover even the Tibetan Plateau. And I have given some examples about the Arctic Circle. Arctic Circle is very important because due to three factors, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, the melting of ice has opened the possibility for maritime navigation, both military and commercial one. So it increases the risk of polluting the flora of the region. Natural disaster due to drilling and excavation work of oil and natural gas in the Arctic waters. For example, recovery systems are much harder in the Arctic waters. When you have an oil spill, it's much harder to recover the areas that is covered by the oil spills. And the fisheries. As you know, in the Arctic region, you have an Arctic states, you have territorial waters, exclusive economic zones, but there is a certain area where it is international waters under the Convention on the Law of the Seas, and there an industrial fishing is allowed. So an increased industrial fishing is also affecting the Arctic ecosystems and presents a serious risk for the region. And finally, if I can put it in few words, climate change is a threat multiplier for instability in fragile countries and region. And we have to take into account, first of all, food production and supply system are affected, water supply system are affected. We have an increased competition for natural and mineral resources. The Arctic region is one of that example. The Antarctic region, thanks to the fact that there is an international treaty which is regulating the use of the Antarctica, and mainly the region is focused on research activities. For Arctic situation is different because of the countries in because one is the continent and another is the sea. As I mentioned, migration is a real problem, and the global production and supply chain is also a security risk within the context of global climate change situation. So that is for me. Thank you very much.
For the concise way. Okay, another proof how complex is the problem or the issue with the changing climate, which requires complex efforts to manage it, not to solve it, because I don't know how to be solved, if it's possible to be solved. Okay, our fourth speaker, Colonel, retired, but I'm sure not tired.
Since January.
Okay. Walter David. His picture, I don't know if you can see his picture on the slide, is from the African continent, made last year.
This is the same day I was coming back from after 8 months in the Horn of Africa.
Okay. very good experience. We can use that asking asking questions about that. He's going to give another perspective on the nexus between climate change and security. Is climate and as far as I know, in July you're starting a new position in Norfolk, USA.
Yeah, they remember that 20 years ago I was a chief geospatial officer in the Balkans in NATO missions.
Okay, you're going to be important contact for us in Norfolk.
There is a lot of discussion and a lot of funding also on the space domain.
Yeah, like we're funding of the new
space trend.
Okay,
space.
Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. And also, I am very happy to be here, to be with you and Colonel Orly Nikolov and many other colleagues that I know since quite a few years. Okay, this paper has been written with the contribution of Alain Deneve. Alain Deneve is an analyst, is a military analyst from the Royal Air Institute of Defense in Brussels. I met him online last March, and I was supposed to speak at the conference in the Royal Institute. Unfortunately, that afternoon, just 1 hour, I went back in my room just to prepare for the conference, and suddenly a mortar bomb struck my roof. Of course, in our compound, in our touristic let's say village on the sea, all roofs were covered by armored protection layers. So, but it started an alert because a small commando also penetrating to the civilian airport at the same time, addressing Somali uniforms. So this is the background. And I will move the next one. Okay, so this, if you watch this picture, this is very, it's a symbol. It's a very emblematic of the situation of the interconnection. I call these are two interconnected global challenges: climate crisis and armed conflict. Of course, the majority of the conflicts nowadays are internal conflicts. And but they produce three tragedies mostly because they produce the environmental degradation and the drought and of course with the lack of food production. You see the skinny animal on the right, and they promote internal conflict because the poverty, or even Al-Shabaab. My job was to advise the chiefs, the department heads of the ministry and the general staff, the Somali general staff, and this army is under embargo, so they cannot buy weapons. I could only advise how to conduct operations and how to do the planning, but we didn't give them weapons, and they asked me, why you give to Ukraine, you don't give us? Okay, and this is just a provocation. Okay, so why the climate crisis impact the combat, not only the tactical situation, but also the Al-Shabaab that is affiliated with Al-Qaeda, they control the countryside. The army controls just the cities and the major routes. Even in cities, they collect, people have paid taxes, labor taxes to the government, taxes to the Al-Shabaab mafia. In the country, people only pay taxes to Al-Shabaab. They pay also taxes to use the water. Water is scarce. After 5 years, failed rainy seasons, there is you see the situation, so they bring animals to the capital. They just looking for food in the plastic because there is no garbage collection. Sorry. But conflict also, this photo is from Ukraine. This photo also deteriorates the environment. So you have a lot of impact on the health. You could have causes major health problems, disruptions of infrastructures, critical infrastructures, hospitals, even workplaces. So people don't have work anymore. Release of pollutants. So how to cope with these two global challenges: climate crisis and the armed conflict. There is a new trend in the UN, is the environmental peace building. But you need to involve the local communities, the local government, because of course national governments, they don't have the capacity to cope with these major situation threats. You have to involve also the international communities. Also technologies, they can have a very important role. For example, space technologies. Space technologies in connection with the other, let's say, remote sensing and geographic information systems analysis. Okay, but what is space? If we talk about space, okay, space. Everybody's speaking about space. There is a treaty that you remember Sputnik. Sputnik. A few years ago, before in the happy times, I visited Moscow. So I could be suspected. I visited the Cosmonauts Museum. And so after the launch of Sputnik, Sputnik established the freedom of exploration, the freedom of space. After the international community started discussing, and so in 1967, the Outer Space Treaty on principles governing, so the title is very long, but it came after a General Assembly resolution. So this is the basic framework for international activities in the outer space. So exploration is free, is for the benefit of all countries, all the humanities. Astronauts are the envoys of humanity. No nuclear weapons or mass destruction weapons can be deployed in orbits or on the celestial bodies, the moon. States are responsible for space activities also from NGOs or from a private sector. It is not, this is very important, it is not subject to national appropriation. So, but before the outer space treaty, we had also during the Second World War, 1944, the High Space Convention, Chicago Convention, regulating I see many Air Force guys, they know better than me, regulating the activity and the legal, let's say, legal framework for aircrafts. So Article 3, non-state aircraft can fly. For example, now we cannot fly over Russian territory, no? The same Russians, they cannot fly over European Union, and so on. But except the ICs. ICs, there are different rules. They are under let's say, the governance from the ICAO. Outer space, on the other side, is not subject to national appropriation. So nobody can say this celestial body is mine. So, but okay, big issue is where is the frontier between the airspace and the outer space, and this is a legal issue because it is not written in the convention. It is not written in the outer space. Let's say it is admitted that countries they can exert their authority up to 20 kilometers, because that is where aircraft can fly. They are very so the uppermost layers of the atmosphere, these are a contested area. Until 100 kilometers, that is the von Karman line, where the outer space begins. So a big balloon. the Chinese balloon. So a lot of people was treated by new threat. Balloons, they can fly very high, 35, 50 kilometers, even where aircraft cannot fly. They are multi-purpose platforms for scientific research, but also they can support military missions, observation, ISR. Unfortunately, they are going to become a very important component in the military international networks. Why? Because they are cheap. They could be. They are very difficult to detect. They are very large but difficult to detect, and for also other reasons. So high altitude platform stations are here to stay for very long and operate in this legal vacuum. So you remember how the balloon was shot? It was shot down after a while, and was shot by a missile fired from an F-22. Here we have a short video. Yes, you can launch.
Yeah, could you please start the video?
It's from NBC. It is the exact moment when after a while, after many discussions,
slowly plummet down into
the Chinese balloon was destroyed by the
commercial air traffic from 3 different airports across the Carolinas. You can see here the empty airspace that created. President Biden was then quick to announce the operation.
The videos.
There are still questions about why it took so long to take action. Relations between the world's 2 largest superpowers, the U.S. and China. We're going to get into all of that today, but we begin with Ryan Nobles on how it all went down.
Here we go. Boom!
A dramatic moment caught on camera off the coast of South Carolina.
Oh my gosh, it's going straight for it.
Yeah, the question was why it took so long to decide to shoot down the balloon, no? This was the question from the reporter.
Then witnesses watched it
It
slowly.
took so long probably because they wanted to
The operation required
collect much more information about
at least 3 different airports across the Carolinas.
which kind of sensors the balloon was
created. President Biden was then quick to announce the operation.
Yeah, this is after they were described.
Why it took so long to take action.
Yeah, this is the moment when the... Yeah.
And then witnesses watched it slowly plummet down into the ocean. The operation required shutting down commercial air traffic from at least 3 different airports across the Carolinas. You can see here the empty airspace that created. President Biden was then quick to announce the operation.
Okay.
Some questions about why it
So-
took so long.
So this high altitude, only very few aircraft like a spy plane can fly. So that was the reason they wanted to know more about the. Okay, let's go to the presentation. To the last slides. Okay, so about the climate, satellites can provide a very valuable information monitoring rapid environmental change in climate patterns, natural resource management, and even conflict dynamics. I have to go very. So European Union and the European Space Agency is one of the major protagonists with the global view to detect the signs of change, identify significant trends, and constrain the model to predict the future. NATO, of course, is investing very much in space. Space is considered now the 5th domain of operations. And important in 2022, the NATO space, the strategic concept of NATO emphasized that space is critical for positioning, navigation, timing, early warning, environmental monitoring, secure satellite communication, ISR. So there are very important funded initiatives like the Strategic Space Situational Awareness System, aiming to know better what is happening in space, but also what is happening on the ground. There is another initiative that is very new from February this year, the Alliance Persistent Surveillance from Space initiative to establish a large-scale virtual constellation of military, national, and commercial. This is something very new. So we are now using also commercial satellites for faster and better intelligence. And how can space technology help build space? Peace, of course, Ukraine was the first conventional war where disruptive technologies were playing a very crucial role. If you remember, just for the care of IDPs, to detect where IDPs were large concentrations of displaced people, but also of conventional forces, soldiers. And you know the Starlink constellations, SpaceX. This is private initiative supporting Ukraine, and so geospatial intelligence is very crucial now to even to identify, verify, and document the situations where observers cannot be deployed on the ground. And just this is one of the last. This is not Ukraine. This is Yemen. So children playing football in a urban. Of course, wars are not only in Ukraine. Sometimes we forget this, and so monitoring, mapping infrastructure is very important, especially in cities. You cannot sometimes use electro-optical sensors, but you have SR, synthetic aperture radars. You can decide which critical infrastructure should not be by the military if they respect the international humanitarian law, to detect potential weapons caches or even a concentration of displaced civilians. You can even count the number of tents just to have an idea of how many people is living. So you can use civilian satellites, ICONOS, IRs, LiDAR sensors, in order to try to detect the use of prohibited weapon systems, and also machine learning. And okay, my conclusions. So these two challenges, climate and conflict, these are increasingly important to be addressed, and disruptive technologies, they can play a very crucial role. There is, of course, the legal vacuum of the space, the higher layers of the altitude between the let's say the airspace and the outer space. And there are proposals since quite a few years under the auspice of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Somebody suggested that a new space called the New Space Zone, 50 to 120 kilometers, could be compared with the IC's regime, and to leave let's say the sovereignty of the state in the airspace zone that should be up to 50 kilometers. So this maybe could solve some of the issues, but unfortunately, due to the lack of negotiations and the lack of willing to negotiate, lack of even this period now is even worse than during the Cold War. And I'm not very optimistic that a global new treaty or an amendment of the old outer treaty could be reached in few years. So in the next few years, what we'll see will be a proliferation of threats in the higher level of the atmospheres. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the journey. for that journey from the ground to the deep space, where you proved us how climate change is influencing us everywhere. So we have just 3 minutes till the end of this session. Any questions from the hall? Wow, we were so detailed. No room for questions. I will ask my assistant to check in the internet for the questions from the platform before my last challenge for you here. Okay. Microphone, please. Just one.
Is it working? How does climate change impact political stability and contribute to the risk of social unrest, conflict, and even terrorism, particularly in regions already experiencing socioeconomic challenges? Can I repeat it? Was it too fast?
Short answer, please. My answer is not scientific. Is empirical, because what I saw in Somalia, for example, is that people is very poor. Even soldiers, they are paid very little. Or Al-Shabaab, the terrorist organizations, they are very, very strong. So if they propose you to give you some more money just to strike, to launch six rounds of mortars, or if they just treat your wife or your children, you have to attack the checkpoint, because otherwise we kill your. And this is there's poverty. There's poverty coming from the land degradation. They used to be pastoralists to sell animals to Saudi Arabia. Now nothing. After 5 years, no rain. So this is my very, very limited answer from the field.
Anybody to add something? Because we are almost at the end of the session. Okay, let's make my challenge for you. Yesterday, when I was preparing for the panel, I used ChatGPT, this artificial intelligence tool, and I asked him, what do you want to ask about? This was my question to the ChatGPT. What do you want to know about climate change? And the answer was, I know everything until 2021. So if you rely on ChatGPT for up-to-date information, probably it's not going to help. But then I asked, what are the 3 most asked questions about climate change? And one of them was, how will climate change affect future generation, security, environment? And my challenge to you is, please give me optimistic answer with 2 sentences on that question. How will climate change affect future generation, let's say, life? No? Please 2 sentences, just to motivate the next generation. We have some representatives here at the hall. Is it working?
Yeah, hope so. I think that the right answer is the sustainable development, because in the definition of sustainable development, we have the notion of the next generation. Okay. It's about present, it's about future. Sustainable development means to have the opportunity to meet the needs of the present, but without depriving the future generations to meet their own needs. That's why we have to focus much more on sustainable development goals, the 17 goals identified by the United Nations. And I think that there, in spite of geopolitical tensions and the rivalry situation in the global stage, I think that on the sustainable development goals, we still have a comprehensive understanding about there is a comprehensive understanding by the UN countries to participate much more actively on achieving a real impact. Okay. And if I It's a quote from Harari. A common enemy is the best actually catalyst forging a common identity. And humankind has at least three such enemies: nuclear war, climate change, and technological disruption. So I think that the international community should focus much more on the common enemies, the climate change. It's a smooth transition to the next panel about the nuclear dimension of the challenges of today's world, and to build a strong common identity by striving for sustainable development, for sustainability. Thank you. And multilateralism has a key role to play in this direction.
If you want to add something into that?
When we look at the climate change, we look at it from the perspective of deniers and defenders of climate change. So when the ratio of defenders increases and the number of deniers of climate change decrease, then we will have a better situation. When it comes to the future generation, I do believe that there are two main platforms. First of all, it should be included in the educational curriculums. It should be part of the capacity building within the society. And also at the international level, you need much more active participation of NGO sector in developing awareness building campaigns in this regard. Thank you.
Yes, actually, there are some initiatives that are successful. For example, the Great Green Wall in Africa. And it was planned since few years, but it started working when the local communities, they remember how they used to grow some grass, to collect some water. So you need really the engagement of the local communities and of course of the leadership. You have to give more responsibilities to the local leadership and to educate them more than impose Western consultants there. No? And so education. And second, there are robotics, for example, drones. They are now spreading all over Africa, helping really communities. We robotics, or flying labs. They help really communities because they get even young people. They get a new job. They repair. They make their own devices. So something can be done.
Yeah, I think climate change will be the single biggest geopolitical risk in the long run, and overcoming, and it will be the biggest source of conflict also in the long run. And we in the West would need to find new friends, new allies to power the transformation of our economies, because most of the resources that we would need to do that in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions would come from countries in the developing world, in the so-called global south, that are currently not aligned strategically and in terms of values with the West, and are more inclined actually to cooperate with China and Russia on this. So we need to do quite a bit of diplomatic work in order to win them over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a representative of future generation, I feel very motivated, and probably, our time is up. Thank you for that discussion, very fruitful. Sir, I have the certificates in here. We are just 4 minutes after the time. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Actually, I don't know if you're a future generation. No, it's some kind of
something new.
Some kind of suspense about the years. I don't know.
No,
future generation. But anyway, the climate change will change everything. The climate change will change the system. the society and new future of cities, etc. Thank you very much for your lectures, and I'm sure that we'll continue to work together because we have a kind of sport together with you. College. I promise next year we'll not have a problem with the mics. We'll change everything. Monica, thank you very much. Thank you. Martin, thank you very much again.
Thanks so much.
It was very useful, and we'll continue to work together for the course Cognitive Warfare and other initiatives. Thank you.
A pleasure.
Valentin, as always, it's a pleasure for me. Actually, you're a big schlem, or how would say this, with
Courses.
yeah, three courses. This year, you are fighting for the whole package. And David or Walter, it doesn't matter. Thank you again. Thank you again for your participation, and we'll continue to work together with you in your position. Yes, in the space. We have a project for the space out. Thank you very much, and I think now it's time for the coffee break. Thank you.
colleagues, dear guests, firstly, let me introduce myself. I am Colonel László Juhász. I work in this center. I am the section head of the Education and Training branch. Today's topic is a rather challenging one. If someone is hearing the word atom, radiation, nuclear, radiological, becomes scared, there's not much information. Today's panel is a little bit of shedding light on these issues. There are two major topics in this area. The first is the use of nuclear energy in nuclear weapons, in radiological dispersed devices, so for that purposes. Second one, the use of nuclear energy in peaceful means, ways, using it in nuclear reactors. And these two topics are quite separate, but somehow, because of this conflict, war between Russia and Ukraine, they are somehow interlinked. The topic was chosen about half a year ago, and I was somehow afraid that it will be not a current issue, but unfortunately, still we have long discussions about the possible outcomes of the conflicts regarding either the nuclear power plant, use of tactical nuclear weapons, radiological devices. So this will be one of our topics and will be presented by two of our distinguished presenters. I told about the peaceful use of nuclear energy. It is generally speaking safe, but sometimes accidents can happen. You might have heard about the 3 Mile Island accident. You might have heard for sure about the Chernobyl accident. And the latest accident was in Japan in 2011 in Fukushima. So it is very important to be able to prevent the crisis, such kind of crisis and accidents, and if they happen, to be able to mitigate. I am actually quite green, not super green, but green, and absolutely confident that the peaceful use of nuclear energy has its place in the energy mix of all countries. In case of Hungary, it is about 40%. In Japan, it is more than 10-15%. In France, let's say 70%. So this means that the fight against the climate change to mitigate or lower the speed of emission of the greenhouse gases is possible using also the nuclear energy. For the time being, we live with this energy together. So after this introductory notes, I would like to introduce my first distinguished speaker, Anita Kantavari, who is a specialist in nuclear reactor technology, radiation protection, and isotope hydrology. Her current position is section head of the Emergency Preparedness and Response section of the Hungarian Atomic Energy Authority. Her presentation will have the title, Nuclear Safety and Security Effects of the Russian-Ukrainian Conflict from Perspective of a Neighboring Country. Anita, the floor is yours. Is it switched on?
I hope.
Just a second.
Okay, thank you very much. So firstly, let me introduce my authority a little bit more, and thank you for the introduction me. So I work at the Hungarian Atomic Energy Authority, and one of the tasks of my authority is to operate emergency response organization. This response organization is support the decision maker in the case of nuclear emergency. And why need this support? Because the nuclear emergency is special because there can be a radiological effect, and especially because the large area can be affected. It means it can be a cross-border effect also. So in this field, I have a job, my authority also. First, I would like to speak about the emergency planning. It's independent about the Ukraine situation. We need to planning emergency situation. First, I would like to introduce two concepts that we use in the emergency planning. Nothing. No. Okay. So the first concept is the emergency preparedness category. It's important because we needed a graded approach because the nuclear facility and radiological facility is different, can be different. So for the first 5 categories, we use 2 facilities. And the graded approach is based on the potential consequences of emergency situation. The most serious consequence must be accepted in the first category. Practically, in the first category, have the nuclear power plants. And fourth category is the category of the activities and acts. It's not the facilities because we can use radiological sources not on the places. It can be a transport activity, or in this category is the lost sources, for example. And the last one category is the most important in this presentation. It is the category when the facility is located in another state. The other concept is the emergency planning zones and distances. This is based also on the requirements of the International Atomic Energy Authority. It's used in a lot of European countries. These zones can help to planning the emergency situation because we can say what kind of protective action can be necessary around the nuclear facility in the emergency situation. In the first column, you can see the suggestion for the zones by the IEA, and the next column is the example. This is the Hungarian system. So we have 2 types of the zones, the precautionary action zones and the urgent protective action zones. This is what is the difference? Precautionary, it means you need to implement the protective actions before the radioactive release in an emergency situation. So it's a very small places around the nuclear power plant. It's important because the radiological effects can be a deterministic health effects. It means the symptoms, radiation symptoms. It's necessary to prevent this type of the health effects. So we calculated that in this place can necessary to protect the people. The other zones is the urgent protective action zones. We calculate in these zones with the stochastic health effects. It's a probability of developing disease, for example, the cancer. So it's a larger area around the facilities. And we have 2 distances. It's defined by the IEA. The first is the extended planning distance. This is the distance when we think there can be a circumstances, the weather conditions can cause that the urgent protective action is necessary beyond the urgent protective action zones. So we need to planning this place also. And the other zones is the ingestion and community spending distance. This is the largest distance in this system. And in this place, we're thinking it can be necessary food restriction, for example. Yes, this is the next slide. For the planning, we need one more important information. This is the technological information from the nuclear power plant. It's possible because the countries need share the nuclear technology each other. For example, under the ESPO Convention. So this slide just summarized the information about the Ukraine nuclear program. I just collected the nuclear power sites. There are 5 sites, but on 4 sites operating nuclear reactors, and in Chernobyl, these sites are under decommissioning. Everybody know, I think, in 1986 was a very serious accident in Chernobyl. The affected unit is the 4th number. This destroyed, I think, I can say it. But the other 3 units are was shut down. The last one in 2000, and no, the fuel is not on the reactor. They are put the new interim fuel storages today. And the other sites are VVR reactor types. It's the pressurized water reactors, and this type of reactor is designed by Soviet Union, and it's typically in the Eastern Europe and in Central Europe also. And the last column, you can see what is the distance from the Hungarian border. Before I speak about the emergency planning zone, so you can see this beyond this distance. On the last picture, I try to show where is the nuclear power plants in Ukraine. So perhaps you can see there are the 5 stations, and you can see it's Hungary. The nuclear power plant is from Hungary. The nuclear power plant is a high distance, but the other countries it can be closer than the Belarus and Poland and Romania and Moldova can be affected in a nuclear accident. We have a cooperation this country. For example, the head of the European Radiological Protection Competent Authority has a working group to the neighboring countries, and we work together, and we share information about the emergency planning, and we try to harmonize the protective actions. It's a very important working. Okay, the next is the emergency preparedness. Okay. The most information, how can we get information to the state where the accident has happened? There is a convention, a notification of nuclear accident. It's a very important convention. this information is official and reliable, so it's very important because the news is very fast in the media, but it can not be reliable also. And in this situation, Ukraine uses this platform to share information about the nuclear facilities. There are no nuclear accidents, but they use this channel. And we have bilateral agreement with Ukraine and the other countries also, but no, it's the most important connection, so it's a direct channel. Okay, the next slide about the source time estimation. It's very important in the preparedness phase because we can estimate what kind of radionuclides will be released from a nuclear accident and the amount of this activity. We have a lot of tools to use these methods, and we have studies, and we have a lot of information about the technology. It's a very interesting work. Now, the other information it can be necessary in an emergency situation is the weather data. We have a agreement with the meteorological service, the Hungarian meteorological service. We work together, the meteorological expert in the emergency response organization, and we can ask trajectory also. If we have a weather forecast, we can use an atmospheric dispersion model. Actually, we don't use it in emergency situation, but we use it for the preparedness. We have different type of dispersion model at my authority, and we try to fit the weather forecast for the Ukraine situation. This picture shows what is the cut of the forecast, what we use for the simulation. We don't use the simulation in a real situation, but at the preparedness we use this. In the last year, we collected the weather situation, which was not suitable for, like, unfavorable was for Hungary. It means we collected a trajectory when the Hungarian area can be affected, but it was not easy. We find 10 days in a year when was the wind direction from east, but not affected the Hungarian area. We think the mountain Carpathos can work as the shield in this situation, but we don't know what can be happened. The source of the release was the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. I could go back and okay. So this is the point of the release is the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in this situation. It was the most interesting in the last year. Next slide. Yes, in the monitoring system is more important than the simulation in a real situation. We have monitoring station around in Europe, and the European Union have a platform one can share the information. It's a public platform, and they have a advanced platform for the experts. And fortunately, the Ukraine is joined this platform, so we can see the monitoring measurements, and we can use the online data from the Ukraine measurement station. There are more information on the website than in the EURDEP system, but the EURDEP is the official sources. We use the Hungarian and the national radiation monitoring system also because we have a direct connection for this system. Yes. Okay. This is the last part of my presentation. I would like to go to the next slide. Yes. So what's happened in Ukraine? It was a very new situation that there is a military activity near to the nuclear power plant. And there are a lot of consequences. So the nuclear power plant was shelling directly and attacks by Russian forces. And now the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant are controlled by the Russian forces. Also, the operation is controlled by Russian, and it's very interesting. The staff the staff is in Ukrainian operators, most of them, and it's not understandable for me how can they work together. The number of the operator decreased, the working conditions, there are problems with the supply chains. Also, they couldn't repair the equipment. So it's a hard places. No, I don't want to list what happened in the last year, but there is a link on my presentation, and you can see this is the publication by the IEA, and they have a very good publication in this topic. And last one, I would like to speak about the seventh pillar of nuclear safety and security also. This is a very important thing. This pillar are developed by IEA when beginning the war, and this is a tool to analyze the safety of a nuclear power plants which are affected by military act. So the seventh pillar is the physical integrity of the facility. It means the integrity of the building and the infrastructure. The next pillar is the safety and security system and equipment. All safety and security system and equipment must be fully functional at the times. The next pillar is the operation staff. The fourth pillar is the offsite power supply. I think it was in the media, a lot of news in the media about it, because the military activation not affect just the nuclear power plants, it's affecting the electric network around Ukraine. The next pillar is the logistical supply chain, and the sixth is the radiation monitoring system and EPR. There are a lot of times when we couldn't information from the monitoring system, and the emergency preparedness and response is very interesting. For example, in Zaporizhzhia, we can say what the necessary protective action, but who will implement it. So it is in the front, so it's a very big problem. And the last pillar is the communication. There was problem the communication lines, and there was problem with no way to communicate to the Ukraine regulatory. So the Ukraine regulatory is not oversight the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in this time. And this picture with the color showed what is the statue of the pillars in the different nuclear power plants. The first line is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. All of the pillars are not work perfectly. You can say, and I think I don't have time. So I just want to say that the fifth pillar is interesting, not just in Ukraine, in everywhere. This is the logistical supply chains. I said before, in Central Europe, have a lot of VVR reactors, and the fuel is provided by Ukraine providers. So we need to work on how can we diversify the nuclear fuel, and we need to find the transport route also. So there is a lot of consequences of this war for the nuclear industry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was fantastic, for me at least. And it shows the complexity of this situation. And we see every day in the news that all the time there is something new happening. Forces are located in the nuclear power plant. Maybe they are reducing the number of personnel and forcing them to work under strange circumstances. And what is more important, it is somehow connecting, unfortunately, the military and the in peacetime, a peaceful use of the nuclear energy. Thank you again, Anita. And now I am passing the floor to Colonel David Martinek. Let me introduce him. He has extensive experience in chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear matters from tactical to strategic level, including position in the Supreme Headquarters Allied Forces Power in Europe as a CBRN Defense and Policy Planner, and also CBRN Education and Training, because he is currently the director of the Joint CBRN Defense Center of Excellence located in Vyškov in Czech Republic. Colonel Martinek will brief us in the topic of threats posed by existing nuclear weapons arsenals and potential use of improvised nuclear devices. So as you see, that will be the direct link to the bad use of nuclear energy. Colonel, the floor is yours.
Very much. Experience being with you, and especially I appreciate the opportunity to share my views on nuclear weapons, on current and future challenges. So I'd like to start a little bit recording what we discussed today and yesterday. Okay. Is it moving? I didn't move yet. Oh, okay, I didn't move yet. So most of the concerns related to nuclear weapons are now raising from the events in Ukraine. But as we discussed, especially today, climate change, how climate change influences especially resources. So we can understand that resources means energy. Every war in history was fight for energy or resources. It's obvious. So in future, it will not change. We discussed also how Europe and or Western countries are dealing with the situation. So we are looking for solution. Unfortunately, not all nations are looking for solution, maybe from the economical perspective or reasons. But most of the world is poor. So we can expect that probably they will look for other solution, how to deal with that situation. So I would say that if you are desperate, for desperate situation, you look for desperate solution. So in some cases, for nations, that might be the last attempt to gain something, to use nuclear weapons. So you can imagine that for skirmishes for water, it could lead to nuclear explosion. Probably you noted during last days that there were some skirmishes between Afghanistan and Iran. So as you will see later, Iran is one of the possible candidates for nuclear weapons. And especially in such countries, there is really like scarcity for water that's really realistic. So let me start with some history of nuclear weapons. So 16 July 1945 is considered as an essential milestone for nuclear weapons development. So that day, USA conducted or tested first nuclear plutonium bomb in Alamogordo area in New Mexico. The yield was roughly about 20 kilotons. 4 years later, Russia did the same with their atomic bomb. And if you see, there was difference 4 years between first nuclear explosion, and actually USA needs also roughly 4 years to develop such weapons. The world learned about nuclear weapons in 6 August 1945, when the USA used the first nuclear bomb against a civil city. It was Hiroshima. I think you all know about it. 3 days later, it was Nagasaki. I want you to focus on the pictures on the right side. So upper picture is from Hiroshima, you can see, and down lower picture, it's from Nagasaki. So you see that the area after a nuclear explosion is somehow flat. No buildings, not really debris or remains from the building. So the only exception is the first or upper picture. So you see a building. It's Hiroshima Peace Memorial as the only building surviving in Hiroshima. Just for curiosity, this building was constructed by the Czech architecture, and it was built in 1915. So what would we take away from these two pictures? First day of the conference, we discussed urban areas, how urban areas are developing. So bigger cities are huge, bigger and bigger. They are taller and taller, and especially construction of building is different. In Japan, it was really light material like wood, paper, and other such materials. Now, all buildings or most of the buildings are from bricks. Huge buildings, skyscrapers, and tall buildings are just like a concrete frame or steel frame filled with glass. So it would be really challenging for first responders or for planners, especially for consequence management, to deal with such situation, to face consequences of the nuclear explosion. As I mentioned, the glass is really preferable material for buildings, so we can expect different pattern of injuries. So it means that for medical services, it will be a really huge requirement for blood, for instance. So I think that's really what we should take into consideration, and especially for nations to plan for such events. To be honest, nuclear explosion in town is not really, I would say, priority for nations. That's pity, I could understand that, but on the other hand, at least there should be at least some kind of understanding what we may face in such situations. Okay, since the first nuclear explosion, other countries also developed their own nuclear weapons capabilities. So you see all these countries on the slide. I would like just mention South African Republic. They developed their nuclear weapon or tested nuclear weapon in 1979. There are some indications that it was done together with Israel. By the way, Israel never admitted or confirmed possession of the nuclear weapons. South Africa Republic is only one republic or one country who gave up nuclear weapons in 1991. It's interesting, they just decided they don't need it. Who will be next? So probably Iran is the most probable candidate for nuclear weapons. The question would be when and what does it mean? I will talk about it later. Of course, then we can discuss other countries, and I will provide you some assessment or perspective on that question. So what is the current nuclear inventory? As was stated by Wilfred Mann, director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, is the director of the Weapons of Mass Destruction Program, that all nuclear armed states are increasing or upgrading arsenals, and most are sharpening nuclear rhetoric and the role of nuclear weapons play in their military strategies. I think it's very visible now, talking about the Ukraine, talking about the Russia, and also China. I think that talking about the India and Pakistan, there were still some issues, so we will see how it develops. Unfortunately, this is very worrying trend. As you can see, there are roughly like 13,000 nuclear weapons in inventory of states. And maybe you can also realize that there was some slight decrease between 2021 and 2022. Unfortunately, it was caused just by dismantling of old weapons, especially talking about the United States and Russia. But talking about these two countries, overall, I would say operational weapons are on the same level. So this decrease was caused just by dismantling old weapons. There are also clear indications that the reduction that was characterized, or that was the case after the Cold War, and it's ending. So we can expect again increase or new nuclear arms race. That's the fact, and maybe based on the situation or experience with the Ukraine, and I will talk about later. Maybe other states can see as a really guarantee for peace and security to have nuclear weapons. So it means that the current situation also influences proliferation. Okay, so to describe future or current challenges and threats, I just pick up some of the events. I choose two countries and one area that can influence future challenges, talking about the nuclear weapons, but also proliferation. We already mentioned war in Ukraine. I think there is no need to repeat the nuclear power plant issue when Russia just seized or occupied these facilities and just lowered the security of these plants or facilities. There were also some proclamation about using tactical nuclear weapons in case of that Ukraine cross Russian border, and you know that for Russia also Crimea is a Russian territory. It was very heavily also proclaimed through social media. So I don't believe that would be a Russian step, because it's not really in line with their policy. So the situation is probably now more complicated, especially with the events on Russia territory. You know, these Freedom Russia regions are just starting activities inside Russia in the border areas. So we will see how it will develop and how it will be used by Russia propaganda for possible justifying using tactical nuclear weapons. Another issue what might be its security guarantee for Ukraine. When this conflict ends, however it will end, for sure Russia will be still a huge threat for Ukraine. So then the question would be how Western society or European Union or USA can assure security for Ukraine. If we are not able to assure the security, probably Ukraine will look for nuclear weapons. You know that after the end of Soviet Union, there were left weapons in Ukraine, and these weapons were handed over to Russia based in 2000 or 1992, based on or under Lisbon Protocol. There were also some claims that the part of the deal was that the Ukraine will be neutral and there will be security guarantee. I'm not sure if there was a part of the Lisbon Protocol, but that's generally understood and believed by other nations. So maybe if we are not able to, first of all, to ensure security for Ukraine, maybe Ukraine will look back to have nuclear weapons. Ukraine is very good in developing engines, especially for ballistic missiles. So they have, I would say, means for delivery. So I don't believe, especially with 5 nuclear power plants, they would not have a problem to design or to construct a nuclear weapon. Also, such situation might be, I would say, interesting for other countries to see how it develops. And if they see that, especially the the UN is not able to guarantee, or at least to make sure that our international law is in place and effective, there would be probably some indications. There might be indications for other countries that maybe position of nuclear weapons is the only solution. And especially if we see some countries like North Korea, that's example that it's a really unstable state with nuclear weapons, and they are somehow safe from the international law. Talking about Russia, I think that the main issue for us for proliferation, it's internal stability. Especially, I already mentioned activities in Russia, and getting news every day. You see that there are attempts to change the government in Russia, so it may lead to destabilization in Russia. Maybe Russia as a state is now will not be in future. So it means we can expect new countries, maybe new states. The question is what will happen with nuclear weapons located in these countries. Probably it will not be the same like with Ukraine. Maybe yes, maybe not. The question would be if there are new countries or states, are they able to assure to secure nuclear weapons? Will be these states willing to give up or to provide or give these weapons back to Russia? I don't know. Another question would be, will be Russia able and capable to assure security for these weapons? These all questions are really concerns for proliferation. Talking about Iran, as I mentioned, Iran is one likely candidate for developing nuclear capability. There are two reasons why Iran is seeking for nuclear weapons. The first one to have hegemony in the area. The second one to create a balance with Israel. I think that when Iran has nuclear weapons, there will be very concern for this area, especially talking about the countries like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey. So Turkey, or now it's not Turkey, it's Turkey. So Turkey, yeah, sorry for that, all a bit. So I think that this is another really challenge for us to make sure that Iran we can at least delay the development of weapons, and then, of course, based on negotiation with the countries about further proliferation. We also mentioned emerging technologies. I don't want to go into details because then I can talk at least 1 hour. But for sure, emerging technology can help us or to be against us. So the main concern is really linked with states, with proliferation, and also with the non-state actors. Probably they can use technologies to develop or to design what we call crude nuclear weapon. Okay, so I would like to also talk a little bit about what I already mentioned, non-state actors. So for better understanding, it might be terrorist groups. So the main question talking about this area is really, can terrorists build an improvised nuclear device or crude nuclear weapon? There are at least two challenges. The first one is to obtain fissile material. As you know, you need enriched uranium or plutonium, and you can get this material from nuclear power plants. So, but because we have a tool or we have mechanism how to control such materials, so I think it's very complicated. Another issue might be to manufacturing nuclear weapon. It's the second challenge, and it's not easy for sure. You need metallurgical experts and equipment for designing nuclear weapon. You need, as I mentioned, appropriate the amount of the material. It's not easy, and it's, as I mentioned, it's also monitored by International Atomic Energy. And based on their reports, the peak of incidents related to stolen nuclear material useful for nuclear weapons was in 1994. Since then, this incident or the number of incidents are decreasing. So maybe that's just because these groups just lost interest. Maybe they identified that it's not easy, or just they develop a better procedure how to smuggle this material without noticing. There is also option that they can buy storm feasible material. All in all, based on the reports from International Atomic Agency, the total amount of material stolen is not enough for producing nuclear weapon. The another question would be, if can terrorists acquire a nuclear weapon by stealing? And I already touched that issue, so I don't want to discuss if they can steal it or not, because that would be very hard to anticipate. That's really based on the geographic situation. But I have to say that there are some, especially talking about the new weapons, there are some technical obstacles to initiate a nuclear bomb. So it's called permissive action links, especially talking about the new weapons, and all weapons from US weapons are equipped with that equipment, and some of the Russian as well. So you have to just simply put code to activate weapon. You can't just use like artificial intelligence to try to create or test or put code as much as you want, because there is something what is called limited try feature. So after some attempts, the weapon is just disabled permanently. There are also other features that just ensure that that weapon is used in proper way. So something like monitoring the way that the gun should go and so on. So if you just divide from the defined way, it doesn't work. So it's very difficult for terrorist group also to bypass the locking device or just to use hot wire solution. It's not so easy like with classical weapons like artillery shell. So there is quite I would say good system. The issue might be with the old weapons, especially we don't know about Russian or old weapons. But as I said, most of the countries are dismantling their old weapons and developing new weapons. Talking about countries like India, Pakistan, or China, they are not believe that they have such solution for technical security. However, there are some indications that, or it's believed that these weapons are partially disabled, stored in disabled form, so it would be difficult to use it. There is also other option for terrorists just to use the material and just try to put it somehow together, just create conditions for nuclear explosion. The one fact is that the latest or modern nuclear weapons contains just a month for the reaction. For crude nuclear weapon, you would need more just to make sure that you create conditions for reaction. So that's the fact. So from my perspective, it's not easy to develop crude nuclear bomb. Probably the situation or the way ahead for this depends on the stability of nations. So if all nuclear weapons are safe and secured. So anyway, I couldn't say that it's not impossible. I'm just saying that there are a lot of challenges to develop a crude nuclear bomb, and of course, I'm not touching a radiological device because that's something different. So thank you for your attention, and I hope that I somehow answered your question, and maybe I just a little bit assure you that it might be an issue, but it's not really like what is, I would say, probable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think your last words are making us patient, but otherwise you raise more questions than we found answers. To the audience, may I suggest you to watch a movie, very old one, from 1961 or 1962. This is an American movie starring Peter Sellers, Dr. Strangelove, How I Stopped Worrying and Loved the Bomb. It's all about the nuclear issues, how existence of nuclear weapons can threaten by accident the international peace and security. And if you have the work film report interview with Robert McNamara, at the time he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the United States, saying that the nuclear policy based on existing nuclear weapons, although it is written also in the strategic concept of the NATO, is wrong. We should get rid of the nuclear weapons ultimately. But it will be the task of the next generation, I'm afraid. Thank you so much, Colonel, again. And now we are turning back to Mr. Tomohiko Yamada, who will give us a presentation about how a wonderful, peaceful use of nuclear energy can be dangerous, can be effect of the environment just because of a natural phenomenon, a tsunami, which caused a effect nobody expected. When I learned about this accident back in 2011, a lecturer told us, if you are planning a road cross, you see straight, you will see left, you will see right, but you do not expect that something is falling on your head. And something similar happened in Japan. Now we are listening about this accident. Before I pass the floor, I will introduce Mr. Tomohiko Yamada, who is a specialist in nuclear safety regulation and has extensive professional experience also in radiation protection and accident management. Currently, he is a senior analyst in the Japanese Nuclear Regulation Authority, NRA, and his topic style is experiences from TEPCO Fukushima Daiichi accident. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. And first of all, I'd like to thank Cmdr Coe for inviting me to this very important conference from non-NATO country and giving me a chance to talk about experiences from Tokyo Electric Power Company, the Fukushima Daiichi accident. My presentation today is limited to a very narrow scope and a very limited number of examples, which is concerning to the responses of the regulatory body against the on-site situation of the accident, although there were so many lessons learned from the accident. But it is my great pleasure if it will become something that will advance the close relationship between NATO and Japan in the future.
You should ask to move because...
Okay. Before I start talking about experiences from the accident, I'd like to explain a little bit about Tokyo Electric Power Company Fukushima Daiichi Nuclear Power Station. There were 6 reactors at Fukushima Daiichi site, and the reactor type was all BWR. They locate along the seashore from north to south, Unit 6, 5, and Unit 1, 2, 3, 4. When Great Japan earthquake occurred on March 11, 2011, Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3 were in operation, and the remaining units were under scheduled inspection. Next, please. Next, I'd like to explain the timeline of major events during the accident. When Great East Japan earthquake occurred, all operating units scrambled and started post-shutdown operation as expected. Earthquake caused a loss of off-site power, and emergency diesel generators started as designed and supply electricity to the safety system of the reactors. At this stage, everything was normal except the loss of electricity supply from the off-site power grid. Reactor core was cooled using emergency power sources. About 40 minutes after the earthquake, first tsunami wave arrived at the site, and the second tsunami wave arrived 10 minutes after the first wave. Tsunami covered large area of the site and went into the reactor buildings and turbine buildings. It made emergency diesel generators and associated switchboards submerged, and almost all AC and DC power were lost. Because of the loss of electricity power supply, measures to remove decay heat from the core and to transport the heat from the core to the ultimate heat sink, that is C, were lost. The timings were different among the units, but hours later, removed heat caused core melt. Removed heat from the core also heated the environment of the containment vessel and made it become high pressure and high temperature. That made integrity of the containment vessel degraded, and radioactive materials were released to the environment. Next, please. In the afternoon of the next day, hydrogen produced by the reaction between water and zirconium of fuel cladding tubes leaked to the reactor building and caused hydrogen explosion at Unit 1. The explosion blew off the top part of the Unit 1 reactor building. 2 days after the first explosion, Unit 3 also experienced a hydrogen explosion. During the night of the same day, Unit 2 experienced pressure increase of the containment vessel, and the break of the containment vessel was seriously concerned. But every morning of the next day, the pressure suddenly dropped, and the concerns on the crisis, which could lead to the large break of the containment vessel and very large amount of radioactive material release, had gone. It is assumed that radioactive materials was released when the containment vessel pressure dropped. In addition, the exact time is not certain. Probably on March 15th, hydrogen explosion occurred also at Unit 4. After that hydrogen explosion, it was concerned that the spent fuel pool was damaged and the water level of the spent fuel was down. Because there is no containment of the spent fuel pool, if cooling of spent fuel by water were lost, it would lead to a degradation of spent fuel and large release of radioactive materials to the environment. Next, please. Before proceeding to lessons learned from the accident, I would like to explain a little bit about the framework of nuclear emergency preparedness and responses in Japan. The Act on Special Measures Concerning Nuclear Emergency Preparedness is the law which stipulates the measures and responses which are taken in the nuclear emergency. Article 10 of the law stipulates some serious accident conditions which correspond to the site area emergency, which is stipulated in the IAEA safety standard. When an Article 10 event occurs and it is identified by the operator of the nuclear power plant, it is notified to the regulatory body. When the accident progresses to more serious situation, it is acknowledged as an Article 15 event, which is stipulated in the Article 15 of the law. This category of events corresponds to the general emergency. When the operator acknowledges that an Article 15 event occurs, it is notified to the regulatory body, and the regulatory body reported to the Prime Minister. Responding to that report, the Prime Minister makes a state of nuclear emergency declaration, and the nuclear emergency response headquarters will be established. Emergency Response Center, which is called ERC, and is created within the regulatory body, serves as the secretariat of the Nuclear Emergency Response Headquarters. Next slide, please. Now I would like to talk about some experience of lessons learned concerning emergency responses. First item is a difficulty experience at Emergency Response Center, which serves as the secretariat of nuclear emergency response headquarters and is being established within the regulatory body. Emergency Response Center ERC was set up and started activity just after the earthquake. Until tsunami arrived at Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, everything was as usual, like what we experienced after a big earthquake and subsequent reactor shutdown. In Japan, we have a plant data transmission system called Emergency Response Support System, which transmits real-time data of the plant. Because there was a power outage in the wide area of Fukushima region, and the data transmission system was not connected to the emergency power sources, that system could not be used to get real-time plant data. Although a liaison was dispatched to ERC from TEPCO head offices, the information provided by him was very limited and fragmented because the available communication tools at that time were only mobile phone. It was very difficult to know what was going on at the nuclear power plant site. So the first lesson is it is quite essential to establish measures to get information on the real-time situation at the nuclear power plant in any circumstances. Next slide, please. The second item is also concerning difficulties, and that was experienced at the Crisis Management Center located at the Prime Minister's offshore residence. When significant natural disasters or national security events occurs, an emergency team, which consists of senior officials of government agencies and is responsible for coordinating emergency responses, is convened in the Crisis Management Center of the Prime Minister's offshore residence. After the Great East Japan earthquake occurred, this emergency team was called and responded to the situation caused by earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. But mobile phones were not allowed to use at the Crisis Management Center because a leak of sensitive information is concerned. So sufficient information could not be obtained there, and the Crisis Management Center did not function satisfactorily. Eventually, some of key persons who were responsible for making critical and political decisions moved to the Prime Minister's office, which is also located at the Prime Minister's offshore residence, but at a different floor. Necessary directions were given from there. In this situation, the function of headquarters was dispersed in two places, and there were difficulties in communication and coordination between these two places. So the second lesson is our functions of the headquarters should not be dispersed, and the availability of equipment installed at the headquarters should be well considered. Based on this lesson, the real-time plant data transmission system is connected to the Crisis Management Center, and we can see the real-time plant data at that place. So now, next slide, please. During the progression of the accident, a senior next slide, please. No. Backward. So sorry, backward. One more. Sorry. Next, please. Okay. During the progression of the accident, senior officials of the regulatory body were called in the Prime Minister's office and asked various aspects of questions necessary to make decisions on what response should be taken, such as the necessary timing and the areas of evacuation and preventive measures for radiation protection. But because the information provided to those officials was very limited, and it was difficult for them to get the on-site situation, they couldn't make relevant explanation to those who are responsible for making high-level political decisions, such as ministers or congressmen. As a result of that, they lost the trust from those people. And another example experienced regarding the communication with the decision makers was the spokesperson of the regulatory body explained at the press conference that reactor core must have been molten without informing it to high-level people at the Prime Minister's official residence. Chief Cabinet Secretary, who is one of the cabinet members, is the official spokesperson who is representing the government, but he was not informed in advance. It made him angry, and for a while after that, there was a friction with Chief Cabinet Secretary and other senior people of the Prime Minister's official residence. So the third lesson is providing timely and appropriate information to those who need to make critical decisions with political importance is necessary. Next, please. It is a common understanding that the prime responsibility to maintain the safety of nuclear installation rests on the operator. And it is also the operator who knows nuclear installations most and can most properly respond to the accident. While Fukushima Daiichi accident was progressing, there was some occasion when the Prime Minister's official residence intervened in the operator's response to settle the accident. First example of those occasions was the visit by the Prime Minister to Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant next morning of the accident. That visit caused disturbance among the people on the site, including the site superintendent. Second occasion was when Tokyo Electric Power Company was going to inject seawater instead of fresh water into the reactor vessel to cool the core. Someone told the Prime Minister that there was a concern on liquid quality, and TEPCO hesitated to start injecting seawater without obtaining an approval from the Prime Minister. This disrupted TEPCO's chain of command. So fourth lesson is operators' efforts to settle the action should not be intervened, and the chain of command should not be interrupted. Next slide, please. The last item is, I think, the most difficult issue. As I told you, my previous explanation on the progression of the accident, you need to experience very high pressure condition of the containment vessel. If the containment vessel breaks, a large amount of radioactive materials will be released to the environment, and it will cause severe radiation exposure to the people and severe contamination of the environment in the large area around the plant. When the pressure of the containment vessel was increasing to the dangerous level, the superintendent of Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant decided to order people not necessary to control the accident to evacuate. Only the volunteers who were necessary to settle the accident remained on the site and continued the work to settle the accident. As I told you in the previous slide, the prime responsibility to maintain the safety of the nuclear installations rests on the operator. In the case of the accident, the operator of the nuclear power plant is responsible to settle the accident, even how severe the situation may become. But still, after Fukushima Daiichi accident, there was an argument in Japan, which is regarding that it would be difficult to order or force people to remain on the site and to continue the work to settle the accident, endangering their own lives. Because the staff of the nuclear power plant is nothing more than employees of the private-owned electric power company. In case of the severe accident, which is caused by attacks during an armed conflict, and it is not responsible for the operator itself, it is difficult to say who should take the ultimate responsibility to settle such severe conditions. Here I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Your description of the accident was so vivid. I just was imagining in my mind how the steps were, which steps were led to the ultimate release of the radioactive materials. It was really dramatic, and it proves once again that the life is the best dramaturg we can imagine. And the second point is that it highlights again the importance of crisis management. Even the governmental structures, the municipal structures, even they are not specialists, need to have a good prevention and reaction capability. As you know, the International Atomic Energy Agency is organizing regularly such kind of exercises, and military are also regularly involved in such kind of exercises. And I believe that in Japan, the military were also involved in the evacuation, the consequence management. Thank you once again. And now we have very limited time for questions. Now, I know, but I am too polite to say this. Okay, dear colleagues. Yes, please. Just use the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Conversation was very good and very useful. My question is for you, Martin. No, sorry, David. Excuse me. Sorry. David, your presentation gave me the sense that there was less concern about terrorists or non-nation state groups, subnational groups obtaining a nuclear weapon. In your work and your research, your activities, do you sense that nation states might be willing collaborators with subnational groups to share nuclear technology or nuclear weapons?
If I understood well, you ask if nations are willing to cooperate with. I don't believe, because still it's like English in a box. You know, if you provide something that could be used against you, it would not be very smart. So I think that there are other ways how to achieve goals using non-government or non-state actors. So for sure you should. I don't believe that anybody provides even to other states. The next example would be a recent proclamation from Russia that they are going to deploy nuclear weapons in Belarus. And Belarus president is just offering to everybody who will join the alliance with Russia and Belarus to offer them nuclear weapons. I don't believe that with the nuclear weapons, even if they are deployed, that there will be also something like, okay, now UAV you can use it. No, it will still be controlled by the Russia. So on the other hand, when I talk about the Stability in Russia, if the problems in Russia leads to the, I would say, fall of the Russia, it's now, maybe it's another, I would say, concern of what will happen with weapons in these countries. If units will be still able to control these weapons in the country, because you never know what will happen if the particular countries see that Russia is not strong enough to control weapons. Maybe they just use opportunity and take it. I don't know. But I don't, to answer your question, I don't believe that a nation would cooperate with non-state actors. I think still for all nations, still terrorism it's very sensitive, and most of the nations are defining their policy, especially with terrorism, very, very strictly. Thank you.
More questions? If not, I just have one minute question to Anita. Do you have information if the Zaporizhzhia power plant has a storage area for spent fuel or other radioactive materials which can be transported, stored, and whatsoever?
Yes, the staff of the International Atomic Energy is on site. The doctors of the agency, one of the activities is the 35 safeguard system. So they make the work, and we know the nuclear material is on the site.
Okay. Thank you so much. And Mr. Tamada, if I may, just one question, please. I know that you are a specialist what happened inside the facility, but do you have any information if the simulation and the real radiological situation was different or was it similar?
Yeah. During the Fukushima Daiichi accident, we have the simulation model of this, but it was not used because there is two reasons. The first one is we cannot exactly know when and how much radioactive material will be released from the reactor. So it is very difficult when we start the simulation. And the second reason is the second reason is just a moment. Sorry, I just forgot the. Oh, I see. The weather changes anytime. So the simulation, the condition of the simulation should be changed anytime. Okay. And if we use the result of the simulation to decide where the evacuation routes and where to evacuate, then if the weather condition changes, that decision could become wrong. So this is the two reasons why we do not use the simulation, the simulation. And at this moment, in the Japanese system, the people who lives in the PAZ is ordered to evacuate at the very early stage of accident. That is when the cyber emergency was declared, then the evacuation will start. Okay. And the people who live outside of the PAZ and within the UPZ, those people are recommended to stay home or go to the center. And after the environmental monitoring, the result of the environmental monitoring will be obtained and the radiation level is high, then those people are recommended to evacuate. So in this process, we do not use the simulation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. As far the director of this event show me a sign, I will conclude this panel section. I think now it's time for a loud and long applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for them. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting and very important topic. And it's something.
A center of excellence, and that's why I'm calm because. But anyway, we cooperate very well with the Center of Excellence, and we will continue to support this panel because this is some kind of crisis. And as we see in the future, the threats of that kind of, it doesn't matter of weapons or nuclear plants or something like this, will growing, and we should be prepared, especially the population, how to react and what to do in that kind of cases. Anyway, we should be ready. Thank you very much, Ms. Anita Kantavari. Thank you very much. This is our certificate. Colonel David. Thank you very much. I had someone to be taller than me, but unfortunately. And Mr. Tomoho Yamada, thank you very much for your presentation. And now it's time for lunch break. Please be here back 10 minutes before 2 o'clock to start around in time and to finish the conference. Thank you. See you at 2.
Let's check first our online presenter, Scott from Hawaii. Scott, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Scott, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can hear you. What time is it? What time is it in Hawaii?
I'm actually in Colorado right now, so it's 5:05 in the morning.
5 in the morning. Okay, let's make some noise for Scott. He's online. Okay, it's time to start the last panel of this conference. I hope you're not so tired, because we will have originally 8, but now there will be 7 presentations. Don't worry, they will be short. They will be divided in 2 parts. Yeah, the topic of this panel is building a realistic environment for complex crisis disaster scenario exercises. Why we are doing this panel? What's the importance of this topic? In the face of increasing complexity and frequency of crises and disasters, it has become essential for emergency management professionals to enhance their preparedness and response capabilities. One effective approach is use of simulation exercises that replicate real-world scenarios to test and improve crisis management strategies. However, to achieve meaningful and impactful exercises, it is crucial to build a realistic environment that accurately reflects the complexities and challenges encountered during actual crises and disasters. This conference panel aims to explore the key considerations and strategies involved in constructing a realistic environment for complex crisis disaster models. By leveraging the collective expertise of emergency management practitioners, simulation specialists, and subject matter experts, we will delve into the multidimensional aspects of designing and executing exercises that closely resemble real-world crisis situations. These panels will focus on technology integration, stakeholders engagement, resource management, evaluation, and feedback. And as already mentioned, the panel will be divided in 2 parts. First, we will have 3 presentations. There will be coffee break after that. And the last part, 4 presentations. And don't forget to use your button Ask Your Lecturer using this password, 3333. So now we are starting with, okay. These are the panelists. The first actually lecturer, Colonel Borislav Genov, who was yesterday keynote speaker, is unable to attend the conference, so we will start with Scott. I will give you a short bio. Scott Kuykendall is an experienced disaster management specialist and exercise lead with over 20 years of expertise in federal and international disaster response. With a master's degree in operational analysis from the Naval Postgraduate School, he is skilled in homeland security planning, training exercises, and coordinating federal responses to national disasters and humanitarian assistance missions. Evelina, could you please load Scott's presentation?
Are you wanting me to share directly, or will you share it from there?
We will load the presentation when we will, turn the slides from here. We have a technical problem, Scott. Just a minute.
No problem.
Okay, your presentation is loaded already. You can start. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. As was said earlier, I am from Pacific Disaster Center. Pacific Disaster Center is a research and technology center that is actually a part of the University of Hawaii. We are headquartered in Maui, but I'll start off. If you notice in the upper right-hand corner, we have that little bar that says global right after PDC. We are global. So those of you wondering immediately, why is Pacific Disaster Center speaking here? We have projects all over the world, have done responses all over the world, and have folks stationed all around the globe. We are very small, only about 60 people total, but we really focus on disasters and technology. Next slide, please. So adding realism into any type of exercise, it really starts with the scenario and the objectives. I have been a part of many exercises where someone decided to do an exercise that was not a hazard in their area, and it just did not make a lot of sense. It doesn't help. You don't always need to do the catastrophic scenario, and I'll get into that a little bit later as to why that is. We use real-world injects, real-world reports, and real-world infrastructure when we run our exercises, and I'll show you a little bit more about that later. And what that does is it really gets the practitioners and the participants used to seeing the things that they're going to see when they get into these complex exercises. And then we also provide modeling and analytics that are based on that real-world data. Next slide, please. So we work very closely to develop the scenarios in training. We have many different organizations. We have several exercises we do every year that contain anywhere from 15 to 25 different participants from different countries. And it really starts with that hazard and threat assessment. Most countries, most locations are going to have some type of assessment that should help guide you into what types of scenarios should be run in that area. Some are fairly specific in that they only have maybe one or two large types of threats or hazards that they have to worry about. Others might have a wide range of hazards and threats that they need to exercise and train on. The second one is avoid the hazard du jour, and I alluded to this earlier, and really what I'm talking about is a good example is the tsunami. The Indo-Pacific region got a couple tsunamis, and then when I was training over there, several countries wanted to exercise tsunamis. One country exercised a tsunami in a location that has never in their history had a tsunami. So you're really wasting a lot of resources when you start to just pick a hazard because it seems to be the popular hazard today, that everyone has exercised it and we haven't, so we have to exercise it now. Well, not if it doesn't follow that threat and risk assessment that I just talked to earlier. So we need to make sure that we're not just jumping on that hazard du jour and we're really focusing on the hazards that are facing us. And then finally, we've probably all seen this little diagram here, but which hazards are presenting the highest risk, right? You have a likelihood of them happening, and then you have the impact. So those things that you see in the medium are probably the ones you're going to want to exercise the most, right? That have either a high likelihood of happening, even if they're low impact, or maybe a low likelihood, but they're going to be a high impact, and anything below those. Those in the red are kind of those ones that they get very complex. And yes, we need to exercise them, but they don't need to be every exercise we do. Next slide. So not every event is catastrophic. The picture you see there is Dorian. We responded to Dorian. We had folks on the ground in their emergency operations center for about 6 weeks in the Bahamas when Hurricane Dorian hit. But we still need to train to the most likely. So we can't always exercise Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. Participants become numb to lesser events. So if you always come in and you exercise the Hurricane Dorian, there are things that we can't exercise because of that. Maybe Hurricane Dorian takes out a hospital, and now that hospital doesn't get a chance to play in the exercise because our event was so catastrophic. Maybe we didn't practice evacuation from certain areas because the event was so catastrophic. So the more you rely on these catastrophic events as your main exercise all the time, you tend to get participants who are like, okay, here comes Dorian again. So while we need to exercise these complex things, we need to make sure we're taking care of the little things that fall under those also. And then finally, remember, all hazards means that, that applies to you and your location and includes all severity levels. So next slide, please. Real world reports. So an advantage we have, and I'm sure many of you do too, is we have a system called Disaster Aware. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that in a few slides. But essentially, we have about 25 years of history of disasters throughout the world. And with those disasters, we have the reports, we have the damage assessments, we have the maps for most of those hazards that have happened. So we can go back and recreate these types of things. So for example, a Dorian, I can go back and I can pull up the reports that were given during Dorian from whether it be the UN, whether it be from local emergency operations centers, whether it be a hospital report or anything like that. And we can just change the names and dates on those. And what that does is it provides a realistic thing for the participants to look at and to understand and to get used to seeing. And now when they have a real event, they can say, hey, I remember this report from the UN. Can we take a look at that? Because it gave us this type of data. So instead of making up reports, we're using real world reports and we're just changing the dates. So same thing with those damage assessments. Those are real damage assessments. We just change the dates and the times and throw those at people and they see these and they get used to seeing real world reports. Next slide, please. Critical infrastructure. So again, in our system, we have about over 7,000 layers of data within the disaster aware system. Fortunate for me as the exercise lead, we have a system that mirrors it called Disaster Aware Exercise that I can run any type of exercise in and using all of the same data, but it doesn't show up in the real world system, which is pretty advantageous if you want to run an 8.0 earthquake. You don't want everyone in the real world system thinking it's actually happening. But what we can do is we have that critical infrastructure. We can, instead of just coming in and saying, the shelter is ruined, I can tell you exactly what shelter it is, exactly what the capacities of that shelter are. So now you have to adjust to that. I can tell you what clinic is damaged. I can tell you what schools are damaged, what fire station. I can tell you if your EOC is going to be flooded out based on it. I can tell you, gas stations, grocery stores, schools, etc. And we're using that real world stuff, real world maps to show the participants so they get a good understanding of what's happening. Next slide, please. It's really just a blow up of what you saw there. So you can kind of see the types of stuff we're talking about: telecom, fire stations, all kinds of airports, ports. So we use all of that so people get a good idea of how this would really affect the area where the hazard is. Next slide, please. So modeling and analytics. Again, we use the same type of modeling, the same type of analytics on real world data when we run the exercises. You see right there on the left is this tsunami travel time. So we'll run that model and we will tell them exactly if this tsunami happens here or if this earthquake happens here, this is the travel time to your area if you're going to run a tsunami exercise. And that provides that realism. If this is where you want the earthquake, the tsunami's here in 20 minutes or it's not here for 12 hours. So make sure we build that into the exercise and make it realistic. The second one is what we call our event brief. And the next slide will blow that up a little bit. But again, that's using real world impacts. So here you see it. So this is real world numbers. So the population, obviously they're rounded, but this is real world population. It gives you the breakdown of the population. It can tell you how many hospitals and schools are exposed, capital exposed. And I use the term exposed because it's not an estimate of damage. We're not estimating $43 billion in damage, but we're saying everything in the path of that storm would cost about $43 billion to rebuild if it all got destroyed. On the right, you see the breakdown of key needs. This is based on the UN sphere model. So based on the population affected, this can tell you how many calories per day are going to be needed, liters of water, waste bins, how much shelter, and then you have the likelihood of impact. So this gives folks, and this is run pre-impact. So this gives folks a good idea of what to expect. And again, we run this for exercises. It looks exactly the same for a real world event. So they're used to it and they say, hey, remember that event brief that we used in the exercise? Let's find that real world for this and let's find out what could potentially be happening. Next slide, please. So the final thing, PDC support the exercises. We do run from, cradle to grave when it comes to exercises. We can do, help with scenario development, event scripting. We provide subject matter expertise, training, especially on the system. The disaster aware system is available to disaster practitioners worldwide. And so you can get access to that database that I was talking about if you're in the disaster preparedness or disaster response business. And feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to, if you're interested in that, and we can get you into that. That we focus on the use of those real world products and applications. So we try to make it as realistic as possible for people. So when they're in the real thing, some of the stuff they're seeing isn't necessarily new. They can say, I've seen this before, I'm prepared for this, I know where to look for information, and I can really respond to this just like I did in the exercise. And next slide, please. So this is that exercise that we're talking about. So we can provide those realistic hazard scenarios. I can provide you the exact path of a hurricane. I can tell you the exact totals of rainfall and the exact speed of the winds in certain areas. I can show you the shake map that was produced for the earthquake. I can show you the tsunami travel time map that was produced. So all of those are realistic hazards. I can show you all of those different things. Collaboration tools, again, disaster aware. We have some of our stuff is automated. So many of our hazards are automated. Much of the products that we have in the system are automated. Oftentimes we'll reach out, whether that just be via the web or out to contacts that we have to make sure we have the proper reports in the system that we can use for the exercises. And then finally, I've talked about the data, and I can't beat the data drum enough. That if you're using real world data, you're using real world locations, real world buildings, real world impacts, then you're definitely doing your participants a favor for helping them understand what actually could happen in the disaster, as opposed to using, and I've done it before and I don't like it, is using made up geography or made up infrastructure, because it doesn't necessarily help them as much when they're sitting in that seat during a real world event. Next slide. So that's it. I probably am a little bit shorter. I'm sure based on the fact that it's mid to late afternoon over there, you're probably not too mad that I'm a little bit short. But I want to thank you for having me here today. And I would open up if anyone has any questions. I'm happy to answer them.
Let's go. Meanwhile, we will continue. Scott, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. Can you stay with us for the next 30, 40 minutes just to complete this part of the panel and to ask some questions the audience might have to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we will continue with the next presentation. Please note, Minister for the presentation. So the presentation will be about the Situation Center established Okay, it's a crisis center established in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Originally, this presentation can be presented by the director of this center. This is Tanya Dimitrova, who is a diplomat and director of this center from 2022. Before that, she was ambassador in the Republic in Zagreb, in Croatia, and general consul in Milan. The presentation will be presented actually by Mrs. Kristina Boyanova. So we can start now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Mrs. Tanya Dimitrova, but she is on a business trip today, so I will replace her. I'm head of the Crisis Management Department at the Crisis Center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I will provide a brief presentation on what we do, on how we are structured as a crisis center, and what would we like to achieve. Presentation, please. Next slide, please. So first, our structure. There are two departments and the Crisis Center Directorate. The first department is the Crisis Management Department. Next bullet, please. We are 6 experts there, plus currently the head of department, which is me. And we are the people who who provide analysis and take shifts every day in order to cover all the phone calls, to answer all the emails that people are having as questions or problems abroad. Second department is the operational department, which is totally operational. There are 5 on-duty officers who are also 24/7 available. They take shifts as well. Thus, both of the departments at the Crisis Center can cover everything that is on the ground. The Crisis Center Directorate is a separate unit and works in close cooperation with the Consular Affairs Directorate and the Press Center Directorate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next slide, please. Main duties of the Directorate. First of all, I would like to say that we report directly to our Deputy Minister regarding the monitoring of world events. We follow closely the international news 24/7, and we maintain regular communication with our diplomatic representations in a country where there might be a potential situation. Simultaneously, we receive information from our services. Regarding the information handling, based on this information, we are preparing analysis on what are the next steps. In many situations, we work closely with the Consular Affairs Directorate. We also ask the opinion of the Political Directorate on how they see a potential intervention of ours from the political perspective. After we are ready with an action plan, we report to our respective Deputy Minister. Regarding the third step, initial crisis management, we give instructions to our diplomatic representation in the country of risk, as well as to our missions in the countries that are neighboring the country of risk. We maintain constant contact with our EU partners via a very useful platform named Coe. It is a platform where we can exchange different opinions and different kind of actions, needs for mutual evacuations, and of course, when possible, combine the evacuation of some EU citizens with other EU citizens from a country of risk. The other tool, which is very important from the EU perspective, is the COCON working group at the Council of the EU. This is also another way to exchange views and ideas about quick and effective evacuations. So after we consult with these partners, we are giving instructions to our diplomatic representation to make a list of the people who want to be evacuated. This includes, of course, their names, their phone numbers, their emails. From the lessons learned of the Ukraine evacuations, we are now trying to improve the practice of gathering contacts of Bulgarian citizens in each country as a preventive measure. What I mean here that we cannot oblige the people to provide their data. When they go to the consular section at a certain embassy, our colleagues are asking them if they would like to provide this data for their own safety. So this would make our life easier when there is a very hard situation like we saw, for example, in Ukraine. This is since a few months, many embassies do these lists and they provide these lists to us as well. Then we go to travel advice and travel information. We are publishing messages on our site when we consider a country might be dangerous to visit. This includes natural disasters, strikes, delicate political situations, places they should avoid, etc. Together with the Consular Directorate, we provide detailed information on our website also for every country in the world, which is available for all the Bulgarian citizens that travel. Next slide, please. Regarding the travel registration and the messages to the public, there is a practice recommended by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Bulgarian travelers to register on our site, where they need to provide their names, contact number, destination, and period for stay, if they want to. This information is available to the consul serving at the country a Belgian citizen is supposed to be, as well as to us in Sofia, the ministry. That is not enough for us to do our job on the preventive measures, as I said. This is why we are trying to have this information with the contact details of the Bulgarian citizens residing in a certain country beforehand, in case of emergency. Regarding the point of contact, in the EU working groups and this platform, which I said, we have appointed a colleague from the Crisis Management Department to be a point of contact in order to share information immediately. When there is something unexpected with this person, of course, another one takes the wheel and it's from the same department. Not very often we have a communication via NATO or UN structures. Our communications is mostly either through the EU channels or bilateral. And as I said, there is a 24/7 availability for both of the departments in order to cover all the cases which occur. Next slide, please. Well, evacuations. I will share some lessons learned and things that happened during the serious types of situations that we all faced. Regarding the COVID-19, there were many evacuations combined with EU partners, especially by using special humanitarian flights where possible, or buses, or helping people go home by cars. It took a long time, of course, as we all know, the pandemic took a long time. After the first few weeks of panic and restrictions, the Crisis Center developed a 6-point framework for each country. It was a separate part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website named COVID-19 How to Travel. These 6 points, in order to inform the citizens in the best way possible, were first, border requirements, entry and exit. Secondly, need for quarantine, whether it is obligatory, for how long, information about the laboratories where one could make a test. Third, transit requirements. Fourth, regulations on which goods and services are restricted. Fifth, border checkpoints which are closed. And sixth, internal measures. The information we provided had been received by our diplomatic representations on a regular basis and respectively updated immediately on our website. I think this was very helpful for the people because we understood that this site has been checked many times and it was a very useful information for the people. Regarding Afghanistan, the challenge here was that we had no diplomatic representation on the ground, so everything was led from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Sofia. We needed to evacuate the Bulgarian citizens and the members of their families, as well as the Afghan citizens who had been working for our embassy before closing, and for the EU and NATO structures. It took around 2 weeks to successfully evacuate 27 Bulgarian citizens, including the family members, and 34 Afghan citizens, including their family members. The work was being done closely with the EU partners and the neighboring embassy in Islamabad. Then regarding Ukraine, it was really a very big challenge for us because we have many Bulgarians living there, members of their families. So we had to evacuate very quickly both our embassy in Kiev and the Consulate General in Odessa, together with the first and the biggest group of our citizens, with 4 buses, plus all the embassy and the consulate cars and the cars of the personnel that we had. We sent colleagues to help the diplomatic representations in Moldova and Romania, which were the main routes for exiting Ukraine. They were at the borders and helped the people reach their final destination. We worked closely with the Ministry of Defense, which was sending buses to these borders on a daily basis. Apart from that, we had 2 ships, one in Chernomorsk port and the other at Mariupol port. It was very hard. We used all diplomatic means to have a blue corridor. We contacted the International Maritime Organization, the Ukrainian authorities, the EU, Russia, as regards the one ship which was at Mariupol port. And it took months to get them out safely, of course, from the conflict zone. As a result, we managed to evacuate more than 3,500 people from Ukraine safely. Regarding Sudan, the last evacuation that we had, again, we had no embassy in Sudan. We don't have an embassy in Sudan. The embassy who is responsible for Sudan is our embassy in Egypt. So we worked closely with this embassy and with the other EU member states via this school platform, which was very, very useful because we managed to evacuate 34 people with the help of our embassies in Amman, Berlin, Frankfurt, and The Hague, as well as with the help of our EU partners who sent humanitarian planes and arranged bases for our citizens to use these planes. These were Sweden, Germany, and out of EU, UK. Next slide, please. One thing I would like to say before saying what we would like to improve is that as a whole, During all the evacuations, the crisis center, together with the consul serving in the country, which is problematic, create a chat with all the people who want to be evacuated so that we can be in touch 24/7 and inform them on safe routes on exiting the country. The problem we face is that the people who want to be evacuated, especially in a country where there is a military conflict, are not residing in one place, in one city or in one zone. In this regard, it is very difficult for some of them to reach the place where there is a plane or a bus waiting for them to start the evacuation. In this case, we continue to be in a constant contact with these people so that we can find another way and other means for evacuating them in another moment, when the first moment possible. Now, as we are a relatively new directorate and a small one, we would like to improve our job and to be more effective. First, there is a project financed by Norway on developing a mobile application for the Bulgarian citizens traveling abroad. The idea of this application is that one would choose a country or a few countries of interest and receive all the information that we download on our site immediately. There is also an opportunity for pushing an SOS button, which one can push if he or she is in a difficult situation. The signal goes immediately to the diplomatic representation in their country where the citizen is and to the crisis center. With the help of an interactive map, we hope we can be able to locate the person and be much more effective and quick in order to provide help. We hope the project will be finalized until the autumn of this year. And we believe it will be very, very helpful both for us, for the embassy, and most of all for the people. Secondly, regarding the technology, we are trying to use much more modern technology in our work, like this interactive map that I mentioned, modern computers, phones, which are safe in terms of communication so that we can be as much effective as we can. Also, to have more satellite phones as another option to communicate with the relevant colleagues. And we are almost there regarding that. We have some of the equipment, and I believe it's a question of few months to start using them. Now, the last thing, what do we mean by the last bullet? Statistics is very important for us because we would like to use the information we receive as signals from the Bulgarian citizens in trouble so that we can analyze the type of problems that people face in a certain country. This will provide us the opportunity to see where do we need more personnel and respectively less personnel at our diplomatic representations. We believe it will also contribute to the better problem solving and the better crisis management. So, last slide is a thank you slide. Next, please. And next slide, please. First, really thank you for your attention, and let me share some sense of humor here. As we are a small team, I don't know whether you have followed this SWOT series. We sometimes call ourselves SWOT, which is summarizing information, work planning, analysis, tactics. This is, of course, as I said, with a sense of humor. I really thank you very much for being here, for listening. I hope it has been interesting, and I'm open to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bejaranova. It was very, very interesting presentation about this crisis center, because I see that this center is a very important tool for all Bulgarian citizens living and working abroad, and they rely on your capabilities in need. So I also like your ideas to improve your capabilities as well. So
yes,
you did a good job. But by the way, you have an exercise next week.
Yes, we do have an exercise. It will be very useful. We are also starting to try to be better experts and to improve our communications with the relevant authorities we must work with when there is a sense of urgency. So yes, we have an exercise next week with the relevant institutions, including
and also
your colleagues. Yes.
Exercise.
And the idea is to make a game. It will be like a simulation game of evacuation, so that we can see what lessons we can learn from this exercise in order to communicate in the most effective and quick, swift way, and make the evacuation really effective.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will go to the last presentation for this part. It's about the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, Diana. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Borislav Banku. He works in the Big Data for Smart Society, the GATE Institute of Sofia University, where he is mainly responsible for GATE's role as a NATO test center for new dual-purpose technologies. Before GATE, he worked at the Emergency Security Challenges Division of the NATO HQ, the Office of the NATO Secretary General, and Europol's Capabilities Directorate. He's currently also completing a PhD on the topic of hybrid threats at Sofia University. Mr. Banku, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me well?
Yeah, great.
Can I actually have the pointer so I can switch around the slide? Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks very much to our great hosts today and for organizing such a very interesting conference. Indeed, I'm going to speak very briefly about one of the latest NATO initiatives in consolidating the technology and innovation efforts, not just at the HQ, but also across the allies. So I'm going to just jump into it. Yep, there we go. Indeed, who am I? Today I represent Sofia University, which is one of the two Diana components, which hosts one of the two Diana components here in Bulgaria. And this component is hosted in one of the newest institutes within Sofia University, the Big Data for Smart Society Institute, GATE for short. There is another Diana component in Bulgaria, another test center. I'm going to delve into that in a moment, what actually a test center means within Diana. But the other one is the Bulgarian Defense Institute Professor Tsvetan Lazarov. And I just want to say a quick note of sorry on behalf of Colonel Genov, who wouldn't be able to participate today. But indeed, they're also another part of Diana in Bulgaria. So just a very quick overview of my presentation today. I'm just gonna speak about the why actually NATO started the project. What are Diana's objectives? Then we're gonna look at the how. So what are the Diana processes and what are the hopeful values of the Diana ecosystem? And then we're gonna speak about the what. What are the actual components? And I'm going to focus on our test center in Sofia University. What are we going to achieve and rather what we're hoping to achieve in the medium and the long-term future. So why did NATO start this challenge? Or rather, yes, indeed a challenge, but this was perhaps a sort of a culmination of a couple of years of efforts into trying to understand technologies and trying to adopt technologies, because NATO understood that new and emerging disruptive technologies are not just a threat, but they're also an opportunity if they are capitalized well. But the problem is that NATO and the NATO governments understood that the innovation for defense and security is no longer in the hands of the governmental and the intergovernmental bodies. So they've lost the monopoly, if you will, over driving innovation. And in the same time, emerging disruptive technologies in the area of security and defense, they're just undercapitalized because the private sector would otherwise bear the whole risk of investing in those technologies without actually understanding how those technologies can work in the security and defense context. So there is a lot of risk for the private industry to actually invest in those technologies. And obviously, dual-use technologies develop more quickly in the private sector if they're able to do so than in our governments. And last but not least, our competitors and our potential adversaries, they do also try to, and they have a lot of efforts into the area of emerging disruptive technologies through illicit technology transfers and so on and so forth. And they are able to compete with us on that basis. So what are the DIANA's objectives? First and foremost, attracting dual-use innovators to find solutions to critical challenges to the Euro-Atlantic security, and then connect them to end users from the early stage in order to co-develop new technologies which serve those purposes. In the meantime, educating those end users, but also the innovators on working in defense innovation, including how to protect their technologies. It's a very important component of DIANA. And then promote market access across the alliance and create a transatlantic trusted and protected ecosystem between academia, startups, innovators, the private sector at large, and of course, the security and defense community. What's the DIANA process like? So now we're going to speak a little bit about the how. Every 2 years, the allies agree on a strategic direction that outlines several technological areas which are of prime importance at any given moment. And then on the basis of that strategic direction, 10 challenges are issued each year for which innovators can apply. After they have successfully applied, they come into the ecosystem on the basis of a test center. So the test center, for example, GATE, is essentially an entry point to that ecosystem. And I'm going to speak a little bit more about how it actually, what's the process like after you enter the test center. But anyhow, ultimately what the goal is to make those technologies and solutions available to the allies for integration and sometimes rapid integration into their industry and security and defense structures. And the value obviously is attracting a critical mass of dual-use startups to work on very intriguing and sometimes very thought-provoking and very difficult problems in terms of security and defense, obviously ensuring the interoperability between allies, and teaching early-stage startups on how to work effectively and securely on technologies which can be used for the security and defense purposes. And essentially what we're trying to do is unlock the potential of different startups by educating them how their technologies, which might not have been created for those purposes in the first place, can be used for security and defense purposes. And one obvious example is, for example, the satellites for better TV. They can be used not just for better TV, but also for monitoring conflict and disaster areas. As we see now, for example, in the Ukraine, those satellites are sometimes used for example, uncovering human rights abuses during the conflict. So what are the different components of the DIANA ecosystem? As I said, there is a network of test centers, and we have 2 in Bulgaria. That's the entry point to the ecosystem. So once a startup has been accepted by the International Secretariat by way of a challenge program, there is a matchmaking process so that startup can be advised to go and test their technologies for validation purposes in a certain test center that matches their area of expertise or the focus of their technology. Obviously, that comes with a dedicated financial support. Then the technology is tested and validated on by way of different technology readiness levels instruments. And after this has received the stamp of approval of the test center, this technology can go to an accelerator site. For example, the closest accelerator site currently is in Prague, where those startups receive further support, financial and otherwise, and business support, of course, in order for their technologies to indeed climb the ladder of the technology readiness level. All those technologies that go through those processes become part of the so-called trusted capital database. That's a database of technologies that have gone through those technological and end user tests, and also obviously have been going through security screening, and they're deemed secure and protected also from our potential adversaries. Perhaps 10 or 20% of all those technologies that are deemed most important or with critical applicability for the current security challenges also reach another stage, which we call a rapid adoption service. That means if that technology needs to be produced in a relevant industry environment, that technology gets connected to the appropriate producers that can actually start the production processes. So what is a test center? Because that's one of the most important parts of the ecosystem, because that's the entry point to the ecosystem. And as a test center, GATE is indeed trying to fulfill that role. The mission of GATE is to conduct big data and artificial intelligence applied research and to develop innovations. So that mission in general fitted very well with Diana's mission, and that's why we applied to be a test center in the first place as part of Diana. And thanks to the efforts by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, we were recognized indeed as a test center in 2021 at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at the meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs in April 2021. So what we're going to do is to host those innovators that come from the International Secretariat and try to put their technologies to the test with the aim of evaluating, verifying, and validating their technological solutions. Currently, as I said, there is different strategic objectives in terms of what technological solutions are actually deemed most important at the moment. And currently, Diana has been focusing on 4 such technology areas. That is information sharing and security, energy resilience, human readiness and health, and sensing and surveillance. And GATE, as a test center, in order to be recognized as such, has a substantial, although we are a new, new institute of 3 years, we rather say that we have a substantial track record in projects that fill or fulfill those objectives. Just to mention a few, we are the Bulgarian institute that's starting the so-called Data Spaces Support Center. That's one of the newest initiatives on the EU level of how to securely and more interoperably share data. We also have a project in terms of energy resilience, which is called the Decarbon Alte, also part of a larger EU project. In terms of human health, we have been focusing on Alzheimer and how to understand the early signs of the progression of the disease. In terms of sensing and surveillance, under this topic for example, cognitive warfare and the fight against disinformation, And indeed, GATE is the host of a Bulgarian-Romanian Observatory of Digital Media, also part of a larger European Union network called the European Digital Media Observatory, or EDMO. So we are capitalizing on our expertise and successful projects and hoping that we can use those in order to be of help of Diana innovators as well. And obviously, how are we going to fulfill that role technologically? We're counting on our infrastructure. We have a new building set up in the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics of Sofia University. We have a private cloud just because it's so important for the defense sector to securely share data, obviously also including classified information. So for that purposes, we have a private cloud. We are also a true big data enabled institute, and we have a cluster that enables participation in multiple data spaces or data lakes. And we also have a full life cycle support of software development and testing, which we hope is going to be of use to Diana innovators as well. And we provide different services in order for those tests to be performed. And here are just a few examples, but I don't think we need to delve into those. But hopefully, as the time goes by, we're going to develop a capacity to cover even further technology readiness levels up to number 9. And thanks very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions and participate in the discussion. Here are the contact details. What's important to know is that for those who are startups or no startups that might be interested in applying for Diana, the first Diana Challenge is going to be published on the 19th of June, hopefully. So innovators will be able to apply very soon and try to put their technology to the test. So thanks very much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bankov. It was very, very interesting. I like this wordplay, like game and entry point, because you're really an entry point for the new technologies, new projects, new startups that are very important for the North Atlantic, for NATO, but not only NATO. So everybody can test his product in your institution. That was very interesting. Now, we are going to the questions, to the discussions, and I will start with questions to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs representative, because she has another commitment and had to leave the floor. So I see there is a question online. And the question is, who trigger you to lead any crisis situation? Do you have 24/7 monitoring of situation, and what kind?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, we do have a monitoring because we do have people taking shifts each day, another person who is monitoring the news, international news, all the things that happen. Also, we are in communication with our diplomatic representations. There are also people who are on duty in each of the diplomatic representation of the Republic of Bulgaria abroad. And if we see anything that might be of any type of danger, we are contacting immediately the respective embassy or consulate general so that we can react. Well, as I said, we have first this platform, the Coe platform, because there we can be very, very easily in contact with the EU crisis centers. Then we started to make, since a few months, we started to make these working visits to non-EU crisis centers and try to make a network little by little. It's also a process by having these communication channels which can be easily used and to avoid any kind of bureaucracy, because we all know that crisis cannot has nothing to do with bureaucracy.
Thank you very much. No words on the news, but we have a certificate for you. Our director will present the certificate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure. I hope to cooperate with you and continue to work together because they work on national level. We have a better communication between the ministries and to create that kind of situational center network, and everyone in the ministry could contact with others. And your ministry is actually one of very important for that kind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to be here, and I do hope as well that we can communicate in the most effective, quick, and good way so that we can help the people in trouble. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we will continue with other questions. Scott, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, perfect. So there are a couple of questions for you. And the first one is, what kind of simulation system and tools do you use? And how do you simulate tsunamis?
So the way we would simulate a tsunami is we have the ability to model the effects of the earthquake, and we can take like a 10-meter, we would say it's a 10-meter tsunami, and then we can take the digital elevation model and run it at 10 meters, and we can simulate which areas of the country or the coastline would be submerged if it were a 10-meter tsunami. So we use digital elevation models to simulate the tsunami effects as far as how much inland flooding would occur. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so, yes. And do you provide real-time situation picture for the decision makers and for the populations?
So it's a tricky question when you say real time. So we have real-time event monitoring. As I mentioned earlier, many of our hazards and our products are automated. So you have the ability within our system to sign up for alerts that could come to your phone or to email anytime a disaster occurs. For example, if an earthquake occurs worldwide, we get notified as soon as USGS knows, the U.S. Geological Survey. So we would get a notification, it would show up in our system, and you would get alerted of the earthquake. You would then get, if applicable, you would get tsunami warnings following that, if there were tsunami warnings from that earthquake. Same thing for hurricanes. And I would say just about any other event. We're following most of them. You can pick, within our system, you can pick which events you want to be notified for. And which geographical region. So, if you're just worried about the events in your region, you can specify that so you're not getting results for hurricanes or typhoons happening halfway around the world. So we do have real-time monitoring. It's, we get it up to date as much as the messages come in. So it's not like we're tracking the system minute by minute, but every time there's a message that comes in on that disaster, it is updated in our system.
Great, thank you. I didn't have the chance before to say something about your presentation. It was really interesting, and it was interesting because you presented some disasters that are not common in Europe, and
right.
Yeah, In this way, you have more experience than us in this kind of natural disasters. In your opinion, why is it important for participants in disaster exercises to feel like they are already experienced a real disaster when they become actual responders?
Yeah, and I'll lean towards my 20 years in the Navy, and I'll use a term that many of you are probably familiar with, and that is, you fight like you train. And so if you take folks in and you just kind of walk them through an exercise scenario, and you don't let them experience the scenario, as in real world products, do the analysis themselves, understand the true impacts of the disaster, then when they get into the real world, in the actual event, there is going to be some trepidation. They aren't going to be positive. They're not going to be confident in what they're doing. So it's so important to provide as much realism as possible for these folks that are sitting in the seats and going through these exercises, so that in the real world, they understand what's happening. And, it takes a lot of time to prepare for them, and people take a lot of time out of their days to participate in exercises. So you want to make it worth their while.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions to Scott from the audience here? Okay, we will continue with Mr. Banco. There are also a couple of questions online sent to you. And the first one is, who can participate in Diana projects, and who and how can be used results from different projects? Do you have a list with final results? Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Any company that's headquartered rather in an allied country can participate in a Diana challenge. Obviously, Diana is focused on early stage innovators and startups, but that's not a legal requirement. So developed companies can also have spin-offs and can also participate in Diana Challenge. About the list of results, I didn't quite get the question. So Diana is just starting, right? So we're gonna have the very first challenge on the 19th of June, hopefully published. And hopefully, if I come next year to your conference, there is going to be a list of success stories already. But currently, we're just starting.
Identify and emerging disruptive technologies, but one of them is big data, which presents significant volume, velocity, variety, veracity, valorization challenges. But to explain exactly how big data can lead to a disruption of normal functioning of data systems and therefore all security.
It's a very important question. Big data was indeed one of the key agenda setters that we started the whole exercise in the first place. In fact, NATO adopted the data exploitation framework policy 2 years ago, which was also part of those larger innovation efforts. I would nuance the question a little bit, because we, as I said in the presentation, we understand data is a challenge if used against us. But also data can be an enabler for an enhanced defense posture, right? And how can it be an enabler and how can it be a disruptor? For example, in a combined arms scenario during an operation, algorithms can analyze multidimensional data and they can suggest how, for example, an air raid can complement a ground offensive. So the ability of algorithms to analyze and process huge amounts of multidimensional data is a key enabler for optimizing successful operations. They can also bring an element of surprise and an element of perceived randomness to operations, which can obviously translate to a tactical surprise on the battlefield. And if used by NATO, this can be to our advantage. If used by adversaries, this obviously can be a threat. So that's why NATO had no choice but delve into the subject and try to adopt it, and also try to be a trendsetter in its ethical use. Just one more sentence. I think out of this universe of different technologies, out of those 9 or 10 destructive technologies, I think it's very, very important and very strategic that Bulgaria has a test center on big data, artificial intelligence specifically, because big data, artificial intelligence, they are the most pervasive technologies out of those technologies, right? For example, big data, you need big data in order to go into the biotechnologies, right? So as GATE is an entry point to the whole Diana ecosystem, the same way big data, artificial intelligence are a gateway or an entry point to all the other innovation challenges and opportunities as well. I think both those organizations have realized that their role is complementary to each other, and all the stakeholders we work with, they're on the same page. They understand we have to work together. And although we are mainly funded by the European Union, for example, we try to strive different partnerships, including with the Center of Excellence. And it's a very good opportunity to thank you for your again for organizing this conference. And actually, next week we're signing a memorandum of understanding. So that's a case in point of how all of us can cooperate and work together for the benefit of the whole alliance. So, indeed. Thank you very much.
Certificates with you.
Scott, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Yeah, actually, you also kept a certificate, and we will provide it to Steve here to bring it to you in Hawaii. By the way, you can come to take this quote.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. By the way, we also started with you to work in 2018, 19, I think, 18 or 19, just before the COVID to start. Unfortunately, we canceled this initiative, but I would like to renew this initiative and finally to cooperate, because we are exactly on the opposite side on the globe, and you can be your exercises and your area of actions are in the Pacific, but we are in the European. Who knows, maybe in future we can make one global exercise for the whole Earth. That was the initial initiative. Please give all my regards to your director and to renovate this opportunity for cooperation. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you. Your applause for contact. Thank you. And to Mr. Borislav Banko, thank you also, and really hope to cooperate with you, starting with next week officially, actually. But it's interesting, actually, because when we are candidate for the European projects, they didn't allow us because we are NATO body. Now, in the NATO initiative, European initiatives are allowed. Anyway, that is the right way. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this panel, and we will continue after
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott. Have a great day.
Kocy. Prosimy kocy. Kocy.
Да, чуем.
Okay, let's start. It's the last one. Okay, now we will have 4 more presentations. The first one will be Mr. Viktor Danchev, then Engineer Kirill Rumenov, Lieutenant Colonel Gennady Kolev, and the last one will be Colonel Konstantin Lazarov, who will join us online from Oberammergau. Okay, let me present the first speaker, Viktor Danchev. He is the Chief Technology Officer at Endurosat and coordinator of the largest hands-on space-related educational program in the Balkans called Space Challenges. He has a PhD in theoretical astrophysics from Sofia University with a focus on numerical programming and modeling of complex nonlinear dynamics. Viktor has been working on satellite system engineering through various positions at Endurosat for the past 6 years. And now we will start with the Balkan Sentinel on-demand space data for climate change, security, and civil defense. Please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay, perfect. So we heard quite a few interesting talks today about what you can do in terms of modeling and what kind of information you need to manage disaster. What I'm going to talk about is how you can get the kind of data and what happens when you don't have enough data. So what the challenge is right now, and I'm going to focus, of course, in our region and what is close to my knowledge, is that we don't have enough time resolution in most of these surveillance topics. Especially in the Balkans, we have a huge amount of lack of orbit assets for real-time monitoring. In fact, almost all of the assets that we rely on in the Balkan region, and this is a border of NATO, is based on foreign satellites, is based on third-party services. So there is very little regional know-how. And there was a statistics about the number of satellites launched. The majority of them come from private companies like ourselves. And it's really a very low amount compared to all the rest of Europe. So in many cases, all of these applications that you are talking about, they're only possible if you have timely information. And currently, it can be 10 days or more until you can actually get a good amount of information for an event such as a fire or an event such as a border control crisis, especially if there's clouds, if the weather is not cooperating, let's say, it can take a huge amount of time, especially if you're relying on the, I would say, standard assets. So what our concept for changing this is what we call the Balkan Sentinel program, and this is a constellation program. So as I was introduced, the company I work for, Endurosat, we develop satellites. We have already significant flight heritage with those. And the way that we see it, the miniaturization of space assets has allowed even small countries to deploy large assets in order to maintain much more timely revisit time. So what we suggest and what our original architecture for this concept was is 120 satellites, which is a visualization that you can see, which can provide the Balkans and in fact a large part of Europe with about 7 minutes tasking time. What this means is this is the average time between the capability of tasking and getting data. What this means is that every 7 minutes you can pinpoint an important target, an area of interest on the Balkans, and get the satellite tasked to image that area, to take information in that area. And roughly speaking, every 12 hours, you can have with such a constellation a full picture, a full snapshot of the entire Balkan area. Now, I will talk in a second about the sensors, about the kind of data you can get. The image you're seeing is an actual image by one of our satellites. It's an example image in visible light. Of course, this information is much more valuable when you have multispectral images, and you'll see examples of those. But the interesting part is really the revisit time, because a constellation like this, it looks like a huge space asset, but one of the revolutionary concepts that we have is that we don't want this to be an expensive asset that a country needs to build or multiple countries need to build like it is classically. We want this to be a service. So our concept is that we deploy this sequentially, starting from only a few satellites. In fact, we have already secured ourselves the funding for the first phase of this constellation. We are already pushing with the first 2 satellites having launch dates next year and the year after. And the first 5 satellites aimed to be done by 2025. This is something that can happen gradually, and even with only 5 satellites, just to give you an example, which currently with the class of satellites that we are talking about, this is a very minor expense compared to any large satellites that is currently used. You can still achieve on the order of 2 hours of revisit time for tasking, so for asking the satellite to get an image, and about 10-day snapshot of the entire area. So, of course, there's a lot of free resources that allow you to do similar things. There's a lot of course, amazing programs like the Copernicus program, which we're fully synergetic with. But the point there is that if you want short revisit time, if you want to really get the temporal resolution so you can make decisions, you need to go with a large number, which is the way that orbits work only. So what do we base this on, and why do we think that we can achieve this kind of a project? Why we're interested to get your feedback afterwards on the needs for such a project. We already have more than 200 systems, more than 230 customers that fly our systems. We have thousands of systems already flying in orbit. We have been working on our technology for the past 8 years. We are in what's called the new space sector. So we're a completely private company, but we work on small class of satellites. And the majority of our customers, in fact, are private companies. So eventually this data goes to decision makers, but the majority of our customers are private companies in Europe and US who build applications and who provide this kind of data to the end customer. So the reason why we believe we can achieve this is that we have fully integrated this development. We have our own hardware that we have developed for the past 8 years. We have our own software, and we build all of these applications from satellites that we operate. So we have the full value chain to achieve such a constellation. And of course, as I mentioned, we have already started under our own funding to develop this constellation. So we have our own integration laboratory and testing laboratory in Sofia, Bulgaria. We have already several offices in Europe, in France and in Italy, outside of Bulgaria. And we have only last year delivered 27 satellites to customers all across the world. So this is something that this year we already have more than 30 orders by the middle of the year, so we expect to exceed quite significantly. And the concept, however, is not the satellite as a technology, it's what you can do with it. So the key innovation, for some reason the clicker is not working.
Next slide, please.
Can you, I think someone pressed okay, thanks. So the key reason why we think this can bring value is because we are using, and in fact the architecture of this Balkan Sentinel that we have already prepared, and we got endorsement from quite a few Bulgarian and international bodies, is the use of multispectral imagery. So for those of you who are in the analysis, I'm sure you're more aware than me of what you can do with this, but essentially you can get a huge amount of information by comparing light from different spectra. So you can get information on pollution, you can get information on movement, and the way that we are planning to analyze this is not only on the ground, but also in space. The resolution for these specific satellites, the Balkan Sentinel, is about 1.5 meter. So these are example images of what this kind of resolution looks like. So you can, one pixel is 1.5 by 1.5 meters. So you can detect, you cannot detect a vehicle and identify it, but you can detect motion, you can detect ships, you can fully autonomously identify, for example, at the seaside, ships and their motion. And with such a resolution and with such a revisit time, you can in fact do almost real-time monitoring of this entire area, or at least areas of interest within it. So one of the big innovations that we have done and we have proven in orbit over the last year is actually using AI not only on the ground. You know that machine learning has become everyone's best friend over the last few months, but also using it in orbit. In fact, for the last 1 year, we have a satellite that is directly processing images in orbit with machine learning. So the way that we achieve this is with hardware acceleration, with system on a chip based on this FPGA technology. So it's similar to how GPUs work on the ground, but the satellite itself can process images. And the reason why this is relevant is for those of you who have had dealings with the satellite business, you may be aware that there's a lot of processing of these images before they get to the end user. What you may not be aware of is that more than 60% of the images are useless and lost. In fact, 60% of all images captured by satellites are just deleted on the ground because they're not useful. But they're still paid for because you still need the infrastructure, you still need the tasking and so on. So only optimizing this part, only allowing AI to directly monitor the images, to process them, for example, to discard those with bad clouds, with bad lighting, and so on and so forth, can actually save a huge amount of resources, time. And the main benefit is actually in terms of reaction time, because usually you would have a satellite take gigabytes and hundreds of gigabytes of data. You would dump all of this the next chance you have, which is not in real time. This satellite needs to pass over the right ground station, needs to do the right operations. And only then you can start screening this on the ground. So what we propose and what we've been proving in the last 1 year is that you can actually identify important data directly in orbit. So instead of deleting all this data, instead of just dumping everything down and seeing what it is on the ground, you can actually identify something like a wildfire in orbit. And instead of sending down hundreds of gigabytes of data to try and find a fire in orbit, on the ground, you can do this in orbit and just send the coordinates of this event. And it's true for a wildfire, but it's also true for interesting events like a ship, an unknown vessel being detected somewhere, borderline, of course, and civil defense, disaster management, all of these. So these are all innovations that we have shown and something that we plan to make fully available in this constellation. And of course, on the ground, we don't rely on our own expertise. So we are not the AI experts. We just provide the platform for our customers and partners to work with it. But of course, on the ground, you still need very significant processing and you still need a lot of work to actually make a system that transforms this data into a decision-making tool. So, of course, this has applications beyond what I can discuss in a few minutes, but just a few of the topics, of course, are the ability to take management decisions based on what you're seeing on the ground, based on this very detailed data that can show you movements, that can show you pollution, that can show you disaster as they unfold with a very short revisit time. Of course, on the ground, all of this data needs to be injected even before the initial, after the initial filtering in orbit to actually get a full yield of what you can get from it. This is just one plot that I want to give as a kind of a figure to sink in. So based on this constellation concept and design, our current satellite systems, they can provide on the order of 1.2 terabytes per day for a constellation like this. So this is only the useful data. So this is considering all the waste data, all the cloudy data is deleted directly in orbit. So this is the kind of data that we're talking about on the order of hundreds of terabytes per year. And this is also the reason why our entire ground segment is compatible with all the leading cloud providers. We work with AWS, with Google, and with Microsoft. And of course, the concept is that any such database would have to be directly ingested on a cloud, which is secure for use on government level, and that can be processed directly in them. So we consider ourselves an infrastructure builder, not the final application builder, but we provide all the tools to make this happen. And of course, the way that we work and the way our sector works, everyone is really focused on making things easily accessible through software. So what you're seeing actually is a screenshot. It's not a visualization. It's a screenshot from how our mission control works. I was showing some of you during the lunch break from my phone how it looks. But this is very easily integrated with any existing system, NATO, because we use APIs on the back end. So scheduling operations on the satellite, tasking the satellite, getting all of this data, it's achieved through all the standard tools of WebSocket APIs, and being able to really stream this data as it comes down with a latency as low as 1 second as soon as this data comes down is something that's fully achievable with such an architecture. In summary, we as a company are still a small company, barely 8 years old, 130 people in Bulgaria. We have our expertise really in the building the satellite, in operating the satellite, but we see a lot of benefit of joining forces with analytics companies and with companies who can ingest this data to make it into decision-making tools. And we want to enable companies like that to get their work done and to enable governmental bodies into actually using such tools and growing these tools. So I'm really happy to be here and to hear all of the wonderful applications that we discussed today and the way that the planning basically and the way that disasters can be managed. I hope that we can find some synergies with all of you and to help you build the next generation of this kind of systems. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donche. As you mentioned, during the lunchtime, we had a chat, and I really was impressed of the job we are doing in Eurosat, especially with your educational program with the young and smart people for their development, and also your achievement in satellite engineering. So it is really impressive. Okay, next speaker will be Engineer Kirill Rumenov. He will present us a Cmdr Coe artificial intelligence decision-making support system. Engineer Kirill Rumenov has extensive experience in the IT industry, having worked in the field for many years. He has been involved in various aspects of the development process, from conceptualizing the certification and delivery. Additionally, he works as a part-time consultant in the areas of gaming and back-end development. So, Mr. Rumenov, the floor is yours.
And I'm going to present you a concept that the Center of Excellence plans to develop decision-making support capabilities based on different artificial intelligence technologies. The idea is simultaneously applicable and conceptual. The planned artificial intelligence-powered system could produce different types of products, models, or results of modeling at different levels: predictions, simulation, analysis. The appropriate product for each client will depend on its high-performance computing capabilities and the data processing technologies. For example, the headquarters would like to track a specific person or new type of military vehicle. A sensor supervised by an operator, the operator might be artificial intelligence or human being, detects the object and starts to collect data about it. The sensor could be fixed and could observe the object while it is moving, or the sensor could be mobile and will perform the observation regarding variable coefficient describing the ratio between best data acquiring trajectory and observation safety, meaning sensor safety and stealth of surveillance. The collected data is transferred from one or multiple sensors to the system where an object model is trained. Model training is a high-performance computing capability demanding process, but when the model is generated, it could be run on not so powerful machines. When the process is finished, the model is sent back to the sensor network, and it will be ready to detect the object and to send to the headquarters not only alerting that the object is detected, but also some additional parameters. The additionally acquired data about the object could be used in the system to improve the model if it is necessary. Such a schema could work when we have access to a sensor network smart enough to process data and apply specific model. In the best case scenario, the sensors will be equipped with microprocessor on chips like FPGAs, which means that it will be able to pre-process data, to run different models and to adjust part of the architecture if it is necessary. For example, we could change not only the parameters of the model, but its schema also, meaning types and numbers of the layers, for example. It is very flexible and probably the most expensive case of the product. Other solutions are platforms with fixed schema where just the parameters could be changed, and finally, sensors without any processing capabilities. In the last case, all the data processing is done in the system. The artificial intelligence system could produce results of the model and course of action for particular requirements and conditions. It is applicable for personnel on the field without powerful computing devices or without any computing devices. They will receive the model's results and analysis. Important for the performance of the schema is the concept and the standard's existence. It will give flexibility to connect and interface different types of sensors depending on the difference in the physical signal being observed in the hardware and software solution. Different logical schema of the data collection and processing are possible. Now the sensors are smart enough and could expect some data processing capabilities. Let's imagine that we have to make a reconnaissance of a CBRN affected area. A single sensor could not be able to run a model computing the parameters of the source and to predict the event evolution. However, it could be possible to measure specific parameters of the environment and to run a simple model computing a vector describing part of the affected area. Technically, this could be implemented by FPGA. Collecting the results of the data, processing from several sensors in the artificial intelligence system and using much sophisticated model and hardware equipment could analyze the affected area and predict the evolution in a specific period of time. So the artificial system could solve the problem with the insufficient data and computing capabilities. The advantage of the artificial intelligence system could be explained with the real-time wargaming as example. According to the Center of Excellence Lab's internal definition, the real-time wargaming is a process of computing, testing, selecting, and validating the course of operation in a period of time limited by changes or critical parameters of the environment. Machine center of operation and computation and wargaming requires a lot of data, and it cannot be provided by one sensor. The matrix dimensions of the neural networks and the number of parameters are proportional to the data diversity, data quantity, and the required result accuracy. Combined with specific dynamics, talking about real-time wargaming here, it is the high performance computing capability demand. The data transfers is a mandatory requirement for the explained examples. At the same time, it is not necessary to keep the problem and solution isolated from the overall process of data management. The Center of Excellence plans to start with the following scenario. A flooding, a natural disaster, observed by a smart sensor. The sensor might be equipped with necessary hardware and trained model to recognize the flooding as an object. The sensor sends data to the command and control system as a formalized message instead of a video stream. The message contains detected and computed flooding parameters as its contour. The georeferenced shape is transported back to specific protocol and visualization to the command and control system. The decision maker receives much valuable data instead of video stream. The system runs as a sophisticated flooding model with additional data about weather forecast, soil saturation, terrain elevation, etc. It describes the evolution of the event in a specific period of time. The results of the model are transferred simultaneously to the command and control system and the course of action development engine. During the project development could be expected and actually is intended to find gaps at abstract level. The Center of Excellence strives to achieve it. It means that the developed project should be more general and not hard related to very specific technology or software.
Thank you very much. I'm on. Yeah. Artificial intelligence is something that we are also developing here, and we are trying to use it as much as possible in our models and our decision-making platform. So it is quite interesting topic for us.
And now we will move to Lieutenant Colonel Kolev, Gennady Kolev, whose illustrious military career spans over a decade and is marked by his unwavering dedication and expertise in various fields. Currently serving as the chief expert in the operational laboratory in our Center of Excellence, his journey began in 2009 when he entered the military as an air defense officer. So he will present us the CBRN course case from abstract to practical realization. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope that everyone hear me. It's a pleasure to be in front of you and to present you this captivating and critical topic of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear training, and more oriented to the radiological incident. Now I plan to take you through the theory to practical realization of CBRN preparedness and response. A couple of weeks ago, Crisis Management and Disaster Response Center of Excellence hosted a pilot course named Disaster Response and Sequence Management for Radiological Incident, together with United States Department of Energy, Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center, Defense Threats Reduction Agency, and also civilian units from Bulgarian Armed Forces. The idea of this first trial was to impart practical knowledge and skills that enable effective response and mitigation measures in the aftermath of a radiological incident. By doing so, the course aimed to minimize the impact on the population, public health, safety, and the environment, ultimately enhancing the resilience of society as a whole. The training was 1 week and very dynamic training, and we had more than 35 trainees. During the planning process, we decided to conduct some practical activities, including the usage of CBRN equipment, protective equipment, and also to conduct something like a mini tabletop exercise that exactly was the task for our Center of Excellence. Over the years, the center has gained solid experience in conducting such kind of training, and as always, we focus on these 3 topics that are in front of you. We faced with a challenge or decision, it is often beneficial to have multiple options. These various approaches may differ in terms of the effectiveness, feasibility, cost, or potential outcomes. The selection of the most appropriate approach involves carefully evaluating and comparing these options based on specific criteria and context. The purpose of selecting the most appropriate approach requires thorough analysis, consideration of the objectives and constraints, and an understanding of potential risks and benefits associated with each option. It may involve assessing the resources available, considering the timeline for implementation, evaluating the potential impact on stakeholders, and weighing the potential outcomes. About the second one, we are thinking about when we saying optimal condition, these are that condition that learning are essential to facilitate trainees' acquisition of knowledge, skills, and competencies. When these conditions are met, trainees are more likely to engage actively in the learning process, retain information, apply what they have learned, and achieve their learning objectives. Several key elements are shown on the slide. I will not read them all. And the third very important topic is about the standard operating procedures. They are established to ensure consistency, efficiency, safety, and quality in various operations and activities. They provide a set of step-by-step instructions, rules, or best practices that outline how tasks should be performed and how specific situations should be handled. Adhering to SOPs helps to minimize errors, mitigate risks, promote uniformity, and achieve desired outcomes. On the other hand, over the years, we established our technical platform which is capable to provide us with numerous availability. It is flexible enough to be used in exercises, for example, risk assessments, trainings, practical activities during courses, etc., etc. In the schema, you can see the concept of this technical platform that we use. The input data model serves as a database for both historical real-time statistic data. It has standardized properties and an interface for easy access and retrieval of data. The disaster model engine combines an input interface that accepts data from the database, a repository for various mathematical representation of different types of disasters, and an output interface. This interface can deliver information in diverse formats such as text, emails, high-level architecture objects, and more. The SOP and threshold model includes a database and certain limitation. It is responsible for storing SOPs and predefined thresholds. The filtering and distribution model filters relevant elementary response actions and dynamically generates proposals for response plan or prevention and preparedness measures. It also distributes the generated analysis and forecasts of disaster development to specified clients. The decision-making support model functions as a database that contains fragmented SOPs and defined triggers for disaster alerts and response. Each elementary actions in the SOPs is accompanied by metadata and includes relevance to the event, priority, and sequence, as well as dependencies. But how we achieve all this theory, we use a couple of softwares, middlewares, different decisions. We use this from, it's a very old decision, but it is so flexible to be used now and in the future also. This is only a part of our decisions, and the platform is open for all kinds of data and also all kinds of information to we are able to filter this data, to prioritize this data, etc. For this, why I'm speaking about our capabilities, the requirements at all, because now I will go down and we'll continue with the user case that I want to present you. I mentioned that we have more than 35 people here at this course, and at this time we needed to decide how to train them, how adequately to provide them environment to be able to train something new, realistic, etc. All of them was able, when we know all this information that I mentioned in the first slide, our task, our capabilities, we started with the task preparation. We decided to use a virtual environment in order to conduct this CBRN training, and this training was focused on CBRN surveillance. And in details, we wanted from these trainees to monitor, observe, detect, identify, quantify, and report about the hazard that was prepared in advance. What we prepare in advance, on the left side you see the incident area. This was airplane crash, and we created these two areas, which is Rio as geolocations. The incident was, as I mentioned, airplane crash, which caused radiological incidents. The trainee starting point was the decontamination area from the right side, which was equipped with all needed to do their tasks. And in the scenario preparation, we use also scripts to make available some actions which is not available by default from the system. We developed some quick menu for actions, alerts when they reach specific area, etc. We also give them a chance to choose different approaches for achieving their task. What kind of protective equipment to use, the usage. I give them a chance also to use equipment as drones for observations and surveillance, different vehicles. It was depend of them what kind of approach they will choose. I conduct we conduct this activity. We have a limited time, 90 minutes per group to conduct this. We also, how we organize this, because there were more than 10 people per group, I choose 2 people to operate with the system and give the other chance to observe their actions from different perspectives. And if these observers have some needs to collect their data, they ask these people to go back to see something, to extract some data, to tell them, to explain, and to give them all details they need to prepare their report at the end. This is a picture from the training. You see the training audience, the screens, you see me also. And this was the organization for the course. Now this is what we do in our virtual environment. As I mentioned, we give them a chance to choose how to use their equipment, how to be equipped at the current time. In the middle, you see in the picture that this avatar choose to use, I think, alpha detecting equipment, alpha radiation detecting equipment. It doesn't matter, but this is only a screenshot. On the left side, you see that the avatar have all this information about the weather condition, the weather direction, the wind speed, etc. This is another screenshot. Some of the group decided to mark the area with the flags. On the right side, you see these 2 avatars. They are fully able to interact each other, even to talk each other, to exchange equipment, to use signs. If they have no communication between them, they use hands and different approaches to communicate each other also, which is pretty relevant in such kind of training. Last but not least, we also prepare a digital format of the initial CBRN report. In each field, the trainees need to fill this information in order to collect all data, and after that to present this, for example, in front of the commander during a mission, during whatever. This is only the main slide, the main product of them, how they understand the task, how they organize their reports. You see, this is area with the dose. Another group choose to use this approach to present their results. And what is the essential of this training? I asked them to suggest me the best course of action from my forces if I'm commander, and they choose to tell me this in front of you. This is another slide, another results, different approaches of reporting, of collecting information. And that was my presentation. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer, if any.
And also use the online platform. Thank you, Gennady. Thank you for sharing with the audience the capabilities of our technical platform. I would say part of the capabilities of our operational laboratory, because it's a very essential part of our center. This laboratory, as you saw on this scenario presented for the course that was held 1 month ago on the CBRN, we are creating scenarios and exercises for every single course we are running in our center to make it more interesting. And as we are approaching to the end of this part, let me check the connectivity with other Emergao. Kostadin, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you. What's the weather like in Germany?
Oh, it's sunny. The weather is fantastic, actually. I'd like all of you to be here with me. And because it's not possible, tomorrow I'm going to go back to Sofia. And I hope to bring this sunny weather with me.
Okay, let me present you first to the audience. Very short presentation. Colonel Kostadin Lazarov is the chief of our operations laboratory section and a PhD candidate in aero modeling, mastering artificial intelligence technologies, and working on standards and solutions in that direction. And now his topic is space weather modeling. Kostadin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like just to use the opportunity to say that I'm very happy of the delivered content before me. All these talks about modeling, deep learning, FPGA technology, what was delivered by Lieutenant Colonel Kolev, it was fantastic, actually. This practical work, and he did it almost alone, and it was really very useful. Now, for this part, which I'm going to present, space weather modeling, actually, this is the third year we present updates on this project, and it's something very interesting. Could you change the slide? Somebody, or because I don't. Okay, thank you. Back, thank you. This is the information about the project for those who are not familiar with it, of course. So it's about space weather environmental modeling. Again, it's related with modeling of classical or using artificial intelligence. Both of them have advantages and disadvantages, of course. Next slide, please. So the current status, we decided during the research, we decided to split the group to one very conceptual, dealing with analysis of what is available at the moment on the market, what capabilities do we have, especially in NATO. And the second group, which is focused on searching for correlations between space weather parameters and terrestrial process and events. And in order to do that, we need a lot of data, of course, and we are going to apply artificial intelligence, deep learning, neural networks, just because this is the fastest way to do such scientific research. And later, we can try, of course, to elaborate, to explain these correlations with some more scientific, let's say, approaches, because especially for me, artificial intelligence is something very practical and it's very beneficial for production. Next slide, please. As I said, Group A and Group B, they still talk to each other, and because I'm part of Group B, this technical group, we of course have common discussion about our achievements at the moment, what should be adjusted as usual, because during scientific research, you know, the results can't be predicted in advance. This is actually the interesting part of such researches. Next slide, please. So these are the new things which I'd like to report. The first one, that we understood that there is a specific group which is directly connected to military committee, NATO military committee, so the level is really, really high. And this group was in the past was part of oceanography and weather panel. And then, because they realized that the space weather is something very important and needs a lot of time, resources, manpower especially, they decided to have one separate, dedicated to this purpose group or panel. And yes, we were invited there on their regular meeting. This time it was in Rome, in Italy, and we presented the project. We presented our aims, ambitions, goals, planned, of course, goals to achieve, and they were really impressed. And why is it so important to find out these correlations? Because of many things, because we can save lives, because we can save money, because we can improve the quality of many processes. And even during, actually, when the conference was conducted, I think only 2 weeks ago, there was a huge solar storm. I can't remember at the moment the magnitude. It could be G3, something like this. And it was reported to the society across the globe. And one of the experts there said, we received so many calls from the population asking us what will be the circumstances of this, what to expect as a result of this solar storm. And they were not able to answer all these questions. Actually, we'd like to find these answers and to fill this gap in the knowledge and explanation of all these processes on Earth. So the next meeting is planned for this year in Copenhagen. We are invited already to report our results there, and I hope that during that time we'll have our initial confirmed results, let's say, because we already collected data, and we had our colleagues presenting before me talking about artificial intelligence in imaginary domain, recognizing processing, let's say processing images, and they could confirm that the data is crucial when you have to build a model, when you have to train a neural network. And almost every time when we talk about artificial intelligence, the data is with biggest priority. So this is, of course, we are not exclusion of this particular project. So the collection of valuable data for us is the most critical and challenging part of the project. However, we already started this collection. We fill a specific database with this data, and we are going to start our research next month. Actually, we are already in June, so this month we are going to start our research. Next slide, please. This is part of our infrastructure, actually. Again, it was necessary. We frequently make some upgrades, readjust some things. In our workstation, we have this NVIDIA A100 80 gigabytes modules, which are used also to run ChatGPT, this so famous AI model at the moment. So yes, we run our tests on the same hardware platform, and why not, of course. Next slide, please. So the next two slides are focused on specific technical problems. So the first one is something very practical. We found out that, for example, we have to try to search for correlation between river flow and space weather parameters, and we have to see what is the exposure at specific region. So we have to compute what are the parameters above specific geographical region. And in order to do that, we have to extract the necessary data from the data set. These data sets are available online, and later to compute what is the weather in this very specific region. So a lot of computations. At the same time, it's not rocket science. We can do that. Probably we're going to fix it in in 2 weeks, and later we'll continue with the other things. And next slide. Again, we are talking about data. And this time we realized that talking about disasters, because they are our priority, our focus, I mean, for the Cmdr Coe. The problem here is that we have a very imbalanced data set, which means that we have a lot of samples, a lot of observations for normal conditions. And when I say normal, it doesn't mean Gaussian distribution, but conditions without disaster, without extreme events, let's say. And those samples describing these extreme events, especially with negative impact over the environment and the society, they are very rare, fortunately for us, and unfortunately for the training of the model. So we have, for example, 10,000 regular samples and just 10 samples describing different disasters. So the data set is very imbalanced, which means that we could have 3 different problems. The first one is model bias, which means that all parameters, the parameters of the model could neglect significantly these rare events like disasters, and they will be tuned very good for the regular, for the normal conditions, but they will not describe so well disasters. And we like our model actually to predict such events, to describe such events, etc., etc. And the next one is related with the confusion matrix, with ROC curve, which represents the ratio between true positives and false positives, because talking about such imbalanced data sets, it's actually more important as metrics. Instead of accuracy, we prefer to measure precision, to measure recall, F1. Actually, that's the most important metrics when we talk about such imbalanced data set. Are there some opportunities, some techniques to make this model more balanced, or the data set more balanced? Yes, there are. They are a little bit artificial, and of course, we have to be very careful when we try to apply some of them. For example, we can try to generate additional virtual disasters in order to improve the ratio between normal observations and those representing disasters. And finally, the model generalization, it could be affected also because of such imbalanced data set, which means that our model could be very precise for the training data, with the training data, and when we try to feed with real or new data, the accuracy, the precision will drop significantly. And of course, we should be ready for that also. That was from me. If you have any questions, I'm available, and I'm really happy to be part of this panel.
Yes.
First, I was not able to hear, but now it's okay.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. I think everybody will concur with me that space is amazing. And when we are talking about creating models to study the processes that are happening in the space and the impact on the Earth, and using artificial intelligence for these researches makes the space even more curious and interesting. I will now start with the discussion, and Kostadin, I will start with you. Can you tell us what are the specific space weather parameters that being used or will be used because this project is in its beginning now? What the parameters will be analyzed in this research project, and how do they potentially influence the Earth and its technological systems?
Thank you, Deso, for the question. Unfortunately, we don't have so many parameters coming from the space. We have two different options there. The first one, there are a constellation of satellites dedicated to monitor, especially to monitor space weather parameters. And we have from there a set no more than 10 parameters. And then we have another satellites because space weather has significant impact over communications in amongst the satellites and Earth. So we have also observations coming from military and civilian satellites, but with another they have a different purpose, not to monitor space weather, but they're doing something different. So we have no more than 10 features describing the space weather. Some of them are correlated, which is another challenge, and I can be more specific, of course, about it. But in order to remove this correlation, because it's not beneficial for us actually, it makes all calculations more difficult. In the beginning, we have to pre-process the data with this specific process. It's called whitening of the data. So this is the way to remove correlation between the features. As I said, it's not beneficial, it's not useful. And for me, of course, I have a list because I'm not an expert in this specific area, but I have a list with all these features, or because in the modeling, AI modeling, we call it features, but it's more, it would be better to say parameters when we talk about space weather parameters. For me, they're not so interesting as names. I use them just as values, as a data set. I could select which one of all of this list I to select, and to what versus what to try to make the new iteration of modeling process. So. Yes, of course. I can look, if you like, I can look what was our last list, let's say, with space weather parameters coming from online sources.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Please stay online if we have more questions to you. Now I will jump to Gennady. Since I started with the last presenter, I will continue in this way. So, Gennady, we ran here a month ago on the CBRN. What are the key benefits of leveraging a virtual environment for trainees to practice their response strategies and decision-making skills in radiological incidents? And how does it help in minimizing risks associated with real-world consequences?
First of all, I would like to say that it's not only benefits for virtual training, it's always benefit in training using modeling and simulation. First of all, it's pretty safety for trainees to conduct such kind of education and training. The next one is, in this case, was very pointed. It's a pretty realistic environment. As I mentioned in my presentation, this gives you a perfect view of real geolocation. And when the people doing their job on the field, they're pretty familiar with this environment. I will not talking about the cost effectiveness because it's true. What else about the decision-making skills? They improve them during such kind of training. What is the next? This is a environment that are able to be customized and also to repeat this training again and again.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure the course was very successful as they want us to do this course again next year. So yeah, thank you. I see there are a bunch of questions posted online. It means that I'm happy for that. It means that this topic, this panel is interesting. So the question to Kirill is, do you think that CMDR CUE artificial intelligence concept could be used, could use satellite real-time data?
Yeah, might be. Might be using, but still with the private sensors that we're going to implement, we have a lot of visual data, actually. And the hardest part, as was discussed previously, is that in order to analyze the data, we need to have a great amount of computing capabilities, and we're not missing the data, we're missing the analysis, actually.
Okay. Great. And talking about the computer vision, what are the potential benefits and limitations, of course, on integrating computer vision outputs with existing disaster management systems and decision support tools? And how can real-time visual information enhance situational awareness, resource allocation, evacuation planning, and damage assessment?
You know that when you get a lot of information, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of visualization, and in case for the decision-making personnel need to analyze this data by hand or visually trying to decide what are the best decision to take, artificial intelligence can use only the real data that matters. I mean, for example, as I mentioned, the flooding, not that you see the houses or everything is going down, but only the control of the data, what is going to be the next step, most probably. So this is the case when evacuating the person from the affected area might be affected.
Okay, thank you. Now, a question to Mr. Danchev. Who and how could have an access, and what kind of data can get from your satellite system?
Yeah. So normally the access base is based on the customer. So we build these satellites for a particular purpose. Actually, one of our customers is using our satellites for space weather monitoring. So even the last topic, we do provide some data of this kind. Of course, this is strictly dual-use technology. Satellites are dual-use technology, so this is strictly controlled by the EU regulations. So we're only working with allies All of our applications so far are civilian or civil defense, but the point is that any company that wishes to build an application, for example, for disaster monitoring, they can either choose to build their satellite like it's been done so far, like companies such as Maxar provide data, like companies such as Planet. But the concept that we have really is to allow these companies for the first time to rent the payload capacity, if you like. So actually some of our customers now, one of them is IBM, and they run AI directly on the satellite. They demonstrate their algorithms for processing directly on the satellite. So this is an example of a customer who builds applications based on data, and they sell these applications and they sell this data to end customers or decision makers. But of course, they're a data company. They don't want to build their own satellites. So they come to us so we can build it for them and give them the infrastructure.
Okay, great. And one more technical question. 1.5 meter resolution, is this the final or could be optimized?
No, it can be improved. So of course, this resolution depends on the size of the spacecraft, the aperture. In this case, the satellites we built, they're about 30 kilograms. So the telescope is about 20 centimeter of aperture, and this is in low Earth orbit. But you can improve this, and even on the ground with software, there are ways to enhance this 2 to 3 times by sampling several images at the same time. But even purely from an aperture, the cutting edge of resolution right now is about 0.5 meter. So roughly the best you can get from a satellite right now is about 0.5 meter. There are some satellites that are going to go soon down to 0.2 meters, so 20 centimeter resolution. And of course, if you want to go below this, it gets very, very difficult, even with big aperture because of the atmosphere. So after this, you need to go to a drone or something like this. But the benefit of the satellite is the globality. So normally when you pass above an area, you can image literally thousands of kilometers of length and hundreds of kilometers across. So literally hundreds of thousands of square kilometers over a few seconds because it's moving really fast and really high.
Thank you. Yeah. I saw on your presentation that the third stage of your project is in the next 5 years, I think 2028.
28, yes.
Yeah, and you're going to send 120 satellites on orbit.
Yeah, so this is the plan. As I mentioned, EndurSat is funding the first phase by ourselves. So we have found the necessary funding, and of course we are working with partner organizations and are looking to provide this constellation as a service. We can only grow it if there are customers who are willing to buy this kind of data. This is why we're working with commercial companies that are interested in it. And of course, scaling it and maintaining it would mean that we can effectively sell this data and use it like this.
And what about using these satellites for military purposes?
Of course, there are options like this. There are companies that want to do things like this. In this case, our scope for the constellation, for our particular constellation, is civil defense. But of course, when it comes to defense of borders, when it comes to monitoring borders, surveillance, of course, it is something that can be within the scope of such satellites. In fact, now in Ukraine, a lot of the data that comes down is from commercial players like that. I mean, I mentioned a few of them, but this is where most of the data in such situations come from.
Great, very impressive. Any questions from the audience in the whole room? All of them were posted online. I think there is no more questions. We finished a little bit earlier. I think no one will blame me that we finished earlier. And now we have to deliver some certificates to our presenters by our director. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for the final panel. Actually, it's very interesting. Gennady and Konstantin and Tim Rumen, they are part of our team and working together. Next, actually, initiative which will upgrade the technical architecture, which Gennady saw in his presentation, Konstantin upgraded it to artificial intelligence, is how to use modeling and simulation for mass movement, prediction, monitoring, and management of migration and refugees flow. Also, and what is the influence on the building resilience, how we can measure the resilience of the nations, how we can measure the resilience for the alliance and NATO and EU, of course. Thank you very much, Victor. Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, it's interesting for this data, and I'm sure that maybe we'll be one of the customers. Kirill, I hope so that you are. Yes, Kirill, and we continue with you to work together. Artificial intelligence, it's very interesting, and we should be very careful actually for this artificial intelligence because somehow it will start to Gennady and Konstantin will not give the certificate.
They're really workers that they're working in our center.
They don't deserve it. Yes. Okay, thank you very much for the panel, and I would like to give the floor to the conference director, maybe to summarize the day. Take a mic, yes. Switch on, okay, just. And please to summarize and for the day 2.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the day number 2, and it's a pleasure to summarize this day. So I'm pleased to make a short wrap up of the day 2 of this conference. During it, we were actively engaged in 2 panels. So during the first panel, we discussed in subtopic number 1, the strategic importance of considering the link between climate issues, security, and defense, the disruptive effects of global warming and environmental destruction on people's livelihood, communities, critical ecosystem, and security made the European Union and NATO to focus on the subject by adopting climate change actions. So then we have the discussion on the subtopic number 2, pointed out once again that today's threat environment puts all countries at risk of radiological and nuclear terrorist incidents or accidents. Nuclear incidents preparedness and response is a vital element of national security interest. Due to the nature of CBRN incidents, particularly the transnational effects, cooperation between nations is necessary. The development and adoption of non-binding guidelines and minimum standards facilitate and improve national responses and mutual assistance. Obviously, the CBRN incidents will further shape the future security environment that will require proper measures to be taken by all nations. And finally, the third panel aimed to explore the key consideration and strategies involved in constructing a realistic environment for complex and crisis models. One effective approach is the use of simulation exercises that replicate the real-world scenarios to test and improve crisis management strategies. The panel focused on various components necessary for building a realistic environment, and this panel included technology integration, stakeholders engagement, resource management, evaluation, and the feedback. And also, I would like to, from the position of the conference director, I would like to thank you very much for participation. When I was giving the task from the director to be the director of this event, and knowing that it will be just 2 days conference, at the beginning I thought it will be just mainly based on our center of our area of expertise, but finally I'm very happy that a lot of nations participated during this event, and even in some cases in very short notice. We send the invitation for the nation, and the nation send a representative and also very good, very well prepared panelists. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in the private and in your professional life, and also safe travel to your home. And saying so, I would like to give the floor to the director of our center, Colonel Orlin Nicol, to summarize the event. Thank you.
I learned that should give a time for the system to start working. Yes, you see? Allow me to say that the topic of our conference was very reasonable, taking into consideration the fact that we are facing a crisis on top of a crisis. We were just overcome the COVID-19, and actually this is one of the conference which is beginning our cooperation, and hope that for the next iterations, of, not only for the conference, but also for different events, we will have a great cooperation and start working together. Pandemic just finished when the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been launched, and it turned our lives and economics upside down, and it is not over. Above all is the human tragedy, the suffering of ordinary men, women and children in Ukraine, among them over 11 million displaced people. Our hearts go out to them, of course. The economic consequences from the war spread fast and far to our neighbors and beyond, hitting hardest the world's most vulnerable people. Hundreds of millions of families were already struggling with lower incomes and high energy and food prices. The war has made this much worse and threatens to further increase inequality. And for the first time in many years, inflation has become a clear and present danger for many countries around the world. This is a massive setback for the global recovery. I will not, of course, will pass through Bulgarian political crisis, which we see that it's 2 years more and no end. We don't see some kind of end of this crisis. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to you for taking part in our conference, which addressed the highly complex issue of crisis response to new arising worldwide threats. Your presence here today and your active participation during the last 2 days served to exemplify the shared interests which representatives from a wide range of organizations and entities have in our center overarching field of research and activity. I would like to extend my gratitude and to thank our keynote speakers for supporting us in reaching a larger audience with each iteration of our conference. A big and sincere thank you to all the panelists who shared their knowledge and experience on the topics. The last 2 days were marked by insightful presentation and lively discussions, which analyzed in detail both the nature of contemporary threats to security and the tools and methodologies needed for ensuring adequate crisis response measures. Last but not least, I would like to thank all moderators and the team, especially the technical team, and this is the last event of the evening, and I would like to applaud their efforts for organizing all this. Please go on. Evelina, thank you, especially to you. Yeah. I strongly believe that we are on the right track on our common endeavor. I strongly believe that this year's conference achieved our goals. Together, we unrevealed the highly complex nature of contemporary conflicts, which reminded us once more about the significant importance of ensuring a resilient urban environment and protecting the civilian population in such unstable and challenging situations. Furthermore, we divided into the notions of crisis and disaster events, but from 2 different perspectives. Being knowledgeable of the dynamics of the current security environment, we took into account the implications of climate change on the defense and security sector, while also introducing and analyzing the nuclear dimensions of nowadays crises and disasters. Moreover,
we went over the different technological advances which are closely linked with the development of complex exercise scenarios, as they enable experts to build a realistic crisis and disaster environment suitable for the needs and objectives of the above-mentioned exercise events. Having all this in mind, I'm certain that this conference has managed to give additional impetus to our shared efforts in the CMDR domain. Dear guests from the growing CMDR community of interest, thank you for taking an active part in this event. We'll be more than glad to have you participating again in some of our other events and courses in the future. I wish you all best of luck. Stay safe, and may we continue supporting each other in addressing current and future challenges by embracing the available opportunities and creating new ones. Thank you one more again, and see you soon. Thank you. With that, I close the conference, and we have a coffee break, I hope so, and final coffee break outside for final thoughts. Thank you. Thank you very much.